Sort of a demon, congratulations on the first. You are, as ever, I wouldn't say early, I would say you're right on time. Because we haven't started yet, technically. But I'm just gonna waste your time just a little bit, just to give people time to join after the announcement. As you can see, we have full hand tracking, but we're gonna add an interesting twist to it. God damn, that fucking thing refuses to work correctly. I need to figure out a better mount for the damn thing. It's basically the closest thing I've worn to a tie in probably 10 years. Righty ho. Sort of a demon, were you here when gifted subs were being given out left and right? I forget. Did you get yours just right now or back a couple of days back? All right. Surely this will not go badly. All right, I think enough pussyfooting around. Our hand tracking is acceptable. We may as well actually go into the primary fare of the day. Well, mostly the primary fare of the day. All right, so we're going to fix this. And give me a brief second to do some magic in the background. This is, after all, a magical place. Alright. Most there. VC Suite, we're going to... Hi. Move this. It's slightly truer to scale. Oh, there's a watch streak. Nice. You got the gifts up yesterday. We also 7 streak. Nice. Let's fucking go. You mean you've skipped streams? How dare you? Were you out there watching other VTubers, you whore? I'm just playing with you. All right. So, as you can see, we have achieved full VTuber immersion. We shall no longer suffer the indignities of having flesh in the shot. So it's all just VTuber hands from this point. The flesh is weak. The flesh is weak. To VTube is to never show uncovered flesh on stream. I don't want to fuck with the ads, so they are going to stay as we're going to be a quasi-political stream today. You were busy trolling Indian masses of Twitter? Well, good luck with that. Overlap was weird? Well, everyone's a fucking expert, isn't they? No more flesh posting. Exactly. Listen, you see hands, or rather, you see VTuber hands, and you don't see any other hands, so be grateful for that. Also, possibly, I think some of the rigging in the hands is a little bit weird, or rather, it's not exactly suited for leap motion. Leap motion is a janky-ass way for hand tracking, if I'm being completely transparent. It's not built great. The real thing I need to figure out is how to make Venian work with a top-down mount, because right now the leap motion is still on my chest, and because of that, you know, it's like semi-mobile, and because of that, it's creating inconsistencies in where the hands are, because I am also moving. But you know what? Baby steps. That's why the title over there says it's an experimental stream, rather down there. Right, so what we're doing today is we're going to be installing a new set of iron sights onto my carry Glock. And move my teacup out of the way. And before we do so, I'm going to do a quick, I guess it's sort of an EDC check, but I've rehashed my belt slightly. So I'm going to put the gun over here. So right now, the way I run it is, I have a Safariland drop holster. I have my utility carabiner here. Then comes at 6 o'clock, we have a medical pouch with a knife, tourniquet, and chemlight. Dump pouch at, I guess that would make it what? Fuck, I don't know, my clock face is 7 o'clock. 2 pistol magazines, and I'm going to add a double taco there eventually, because fucking American Airlines, or rather TSA, managed to lose mine in transit from Tennessee. So there's that. All right, so make sure that the firearm... Oh, that's fucking slippery as hell. Yeah, firearm is clear. There is no magazine. I'm actually going to need gloves for this. Abolish the TSA? You're not wrong. They really don't serve any kind of function, nor have they really prevented shit. Hey, I'm still not showing flesh, okay? Oh, fuck. I forgot. Just a second. I forgot to stage a gun mat for me to reach over to. Here it is. Oh, Abo-sama, how are you doing? No flesh? No maidens? No. Plethora of maidens, precisely because we don't flesh post. Works exactly in reverse of that. Hey, hey, hey. All the TSA do is grope people. It's not even really that. Like, it's not even the groping that I object to most. Are we good? Yeah, we're God, leap motion is not the way to go. I'll put it nicely. Put the gun vise down. I just don't want to get gun grease on my nice chroma key gloves. How have you been doing, Abo-sama? All right, so let me roll out the mat. I just wanted to get the, the work portion of the stream out of the way, and then we can fuck around with more stuff. Goat Guns have sent me a little thing over here to play around with, a little MCX. We also have an emergency Lego set in case we become understimulated. Right, gun. Sight pusher. Sights. Should be more stuff we need. Instructions. I will prefer to have those. Alright. Okay, I will pretend that I know what I'm doing here. I'm about to fucking mess up my carry Glock, aren't I? So, again, making sure that it's... Yeah, the fucking hand tracking just disappeared off my body. Let me pull up the... Oh, now you want to work. Okay. I'm just going to have that as a window in the background so that, it doesn't have the opportunity to just completely go AWOL. Been on a roller coaster for the past month. That doesn't sound like you're having fun. Oh, okay. The gloves, the nitrile gloves are completely fucking with the... It can't see anything against the perceived darkness of the world. All right, so let's just bear with me. You love the experimental stream jack. Yeah, the IR camera is apparently incapable of picking things up in that I have nitrile gloves. All right, confirmed empty. Drop the hammer. Cock it back. Goes forward. I'm just going to remove all of the greasy parts. And then I'll go back into Green Man mode, I guess. Leave these be. See, now it picks them up. All right, we don't need the frame. We don't need the barrel. Oh, this is sketchy. This is going to be sketchy. Did I probably leave this until the end of the stream because there is a non-insignificant risk that I am going to fuck with the chroma key gloves. But I hope the roller coaster is finally stopping at a station that you would want it to. But we are about to install excess sights over here. We got a couple of baggies of gun oil. That's always nice. What is this? Oh, that's this. So yeah. Oh, you can see it the same side up as I do. So, get the fuck out of the way, hand. Yeah. Durable and reliable installation resources. That's true. I was provided installation resources. Increases confidence. That's important. So, and this is specifically a set of iron sights for a single stack Glock. Where is... There should be a little... Oh, right, I'm just looking at it. That's one thing you love above guns. It's that they're perfectly happy to dole out free shit. They're yes and no. You need to be at the right time at the right place for them to dole out free shit. Is what I'm going to say without going into more specifics. Right, so we're going to pull out this lever over here. We're going to start with the front sight. This is very scary because this is my carry gun. Alright, comes loose pretty easily. Does not seem to have even a promise of Loctite anywhere. But no, the sites that we have here, well, they were free, sure. I didn't pay for these, but it was more of like an industry insider favor that someone did for me. All right. All right, leave that over here. We're gonna orient those sites nice and snug. Oh, that's not very snug. All right, so we're gonna leave that here. We are going to need some red Loctite. Red Loctite is fucking terrifying. Because if I do something wrong, and I'm very likely to do that, come on. You know how to hold shit. Come on. There you go. But yeah, red Loctite is fucking terrifying. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not even Loctite, it's red Vibrotite. So I'm very likely to make a mess. Whoa, okay, that's a nice 200-word essay. I'm going to take a minute to read that. Please be patient with me. I am a VTuber. All right, let's see. I understand that I'm already on a gun mat, and I don't really need an extra layer of, keeping shit clean. I do probably need to clean this, though. Oh, no, that's all right. At least use the channel appropriate emotes, okay? Let's make a deal. You can post the 200-word essay, but there's a free emote that does the same thing. Might be to save it up enough to get a new PC, then you were sad that you were getting laid off from work, then you were happy because you were actually getting promoted to a branch manager. Wait, so you weren't getting laid off, you were promoted. Damn, that's some bad messaging. Because you hated that, then you were happy because you stood up and told them that you're going back to your old workplace. And then you were sad because you found out some inner hair growing in your tailbone. They get surgery. I didn't know that's a thing that happens. The surgery was fun. Okay, that sure sounds like a lot. But listen, such is life. You sometimes have to roll with the punches, as it were. And I need to put on a... fuck it. It's just rubbing alcohol. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, let's rub this. Degrease this surface nice and proper. It is some weird follicular problem that you prefer not to detail. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Got a little bit of a body grease built up on the slide over here. I am greasy, so, not exactly a surprising outcome. I believe we're also supposed to degrease the threads that come with the new night sights. I'll quickly do that as well. Yeah, there do be some grease over there. Sure as shit was greasy. All right. The alcohol does seem to evaporate fairly quickly, so that's not an issue. There's a bit of a finish blemish. No, never mind. It was just dirt. I thought they sent me a blem part. I was about to be bitchy about that. All right, so here we have the slide. I know you can barely see it, but trust me, it's there. Come on, hand tracking. You know what hands look like. Come on, there you go. So that is... Which way do I need to orient myself for it to fucking work? God damn, you were way better about this last time. Do I need to just a second? Let me try to reset my my orientation here real quick. Maybe this will help. All right, as I've told you, experimental and jank. Are growing around it. Thankfully, caught it in time. They said they had many cases of it sitting too long in a bad way, having a tough work. Yeah, nice. Can break inside and start growing inside. Holy. I mean, ingrown hairs are generally not great. They're not a funny experience. Just a second, I'm adjusting my sitting situation here because the old sort of cushion that I've been using is not available, so I just rolled up a gi that I had laying around. Just need to figure out how to position it best. All right, so as we were. So we have our screw, we have our scary red Loctite. The placement is bad as it can wrap around the spine and cause paralysis. That, yeah, sure, that's definitely something you may want to get checked out. All right. Whew, okay. Break the seal off. Be very careful. All right, we're just going to use a smidge over here. Instructions were to use a smidge on the bolt face. Fuck. All right, hold that like this. Make sure that the sight is pointing in the correct direction. I don't really benefit from having a tritium sight that's looking away from me. Trying to make sure that it's nice and straightened out before the fucking Loctite sets in. Realistically, I'm probably going to bring it to a real gunsmith to realign. Just a second, I'm trying to get some incremental fixes here. What the fuck am I doing? I have a proper light. There we go. Sorry, I was being stupid there for a moment. Now let's put the cap back onto the terrifying red Loctite and put that away. Actually improves the tracking significantly too. It is kind of weird that it has enough leeway to still wiggle, even though it really shouldn't. All right. Would you say that it's probably mostly straight? No, a little bit crooked. That's what I hate about slightly movable parts. Like, I like it when things just slot in neatly where they're supposed to be, as opposed to giving me an opportunity to fuck it up. All right. Seems slightly bent up. Seems slightly bent up. So I assume it's just, you know, the light playing a trick on me. So we have our... Where the fuck is the camera? There it is. We have our tritium sights that are currently being chroma keyed out because they're also green. All right, front sight set. Hey there, Seku. All right, now we can tighten it a little bit more. The in-house Glock 19 you had was doing weird things with the rear sights. When you brought it to your LGS, they actually realigned it for free. Please buy this. Ah, I see. Local gun store. I assume that was what that stands for. So you bought magazines. Good man, good man. Always give business to businesses that treat you right. I think that's it's straight enough for government work. Which is, if Washington's gay bar statistics are any indication, that's not very straight. Okay, now here comes the very scary part. The site pusher. Let me read the instructions to this. We do have a video to watch, but I'm going to insist on reading. Apply oil to bolt thread before every use. It seems oiled up enough. Place the sight tool on a flat surface and position the bolt to your dominant hand side. Done. I am correctly handed. Place the sight against the inside wall and align the brass bit into the dovetail. I guess that's like the correct way of doing that. Okay. If installing sights on a Glock 42, we don't need that. Install the locking wedge to create a tight seal between the wedge and the slide. We have that. Insert the handle into the bolt. Rotate the bolt until it touches the brass bit and creates tension. Right? Probably need to do this like on the edge of my... Okay, we're going to need to set it into the non-dominant side just because of how the desk is set up. I'm sure there's not a material difference between doing it with my dominant hand and my non-dominant hand. See wrong-handed people, you can also pivot off of being incorrect. All right. Rotate bolt clockwise to drive the rear sight out. Make sure the sight hasn't canted. No, I don't believe it has. All right. Well, here goes nothing. I'm about to not have any sights. All right. Let's go. I know we can't see shit, but it's also kind of funny. We're sort of doing the augmented reality thing. How are you doing today, Seku? I don't believe I've asked. Come on. All right. Okay, the rear sight is loose. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move that all the way back because we need to push new sights in. It's pretty good at tracking like the stupid movements, like me rotating the lever. I know I'm not supposed to do this in hand, but you know, gotta work with what you got. Okay, degrease. We do need to degrease the dovetail. Until real-time object scanning is a thing without a proper supercomputer, this thing isn't happening in VR chat. Well, I'm not doing it in VR chat. I am doing it in Venian. Basically, I'm running a very janky chroma key setup. The problem is with aligning what the camera sees and with the leap motion tracking. There's a scaling problem because apparently my hands are proportionately significantly larger than my VTuber hands. I may be a real-life case of suffering from yaoi hands. Suffering from success, SMH. Which is to say, I have disproportionately large hands and thick neck for a short king. How dare I not be the exact same shape as my VTuber model? I know, right? Fake VTuber SMH. Dropped. Alright, new rear sights. Oh, fuck. Let's not drop them. I know they're made of metal, but still. Okay, now align the new dovetail. Do I need to degrease the new sights as well? Alright, new rear sights preparation. Preferred method, degrease the bottom of the sight and slide dovetail with this method. Create strong surface area connection with increased retention strength. Installation requires the most effort. The thread locker requires 15 minutes to set. For cleaning the excess liquid. Acceptable method. Wipe down the slide sight dovetail. The cleaning cloth, then insert sight without degreasing. I mean, we're not scared of challenges here, so let's also degrease the bottom of the rear sight. Something, something, something. I mean, at the very least, you'll never be at risk of, while watching this channel, you'll never be at least at risk of diagnosing my type 2 diabetes just from the shape of my hands, which seems to be a very frequent occurrence in certain female VTubers. All right, let's slot that in. I do not enjoy sitting cross-legged, although I should be forcing myself to do that more. All right, for installation. Wait, do I need to put Loctite on that thing as well? I guess I need to put Loctite on this as well. That's scary. Where do I put the Loctite? Just in the dovetail? Just gonna put it in the dovetail. What gun is on the bench? It is a Glock 43X. Hello there. Just a second. Vinland. Yeah, Vinland F-35. Sorry, I have trouble reading my screen because it's against the light. How are you doing today? We're installing new iron sights. So this is an XS sight, being partially chroma keyed over there. So this is an XS suppressor height sights with a tritium front post and blacked out metal rear sights. And this is also an experimental augmented reality stream. How are you doing today? What is your carry gun? You know, I've shown you mine, now you show me yours. Giggity. I'm going to put a little bit of Vibro-Tite onto the slide, rather onto the surface of the sights, and a little bit onto the dovetail. I'll wipe it down after that. Let's get that cap on. Hey there, Digby. Tritium, you have that in your keychain. It's nice that you're allowed to have some things. I'm joking. How are you doing, Digby? Apparently tritium is the way to go. And realistically, most modern handguns come with tritium sights stock these days. It's just the Glock is like, oh no, Glock is perfection. Wunderbar. We don't need to modernize. Well, and to be fair, they don't. They have yet to ban your daily carry. Doing well. What do I think of bullpup rifles like the AUG and an X95? I sentimentally like the AUG just because it's cool vibes. But as a general rule, I think that bullpups are bad rifles with bad triggers. Just a second, I need to get my my set for pushes and whatnot. Oh. Said daily carry being a vial of generic modifying airborne Ebola. Listen, you gotta work with the tools that are available to you, Digby. I wonder if you could have an Ebola starter in a gel medium, like a pepper spray gel. guess that would be bear mace. I kind of want to stick to the plastic pins just because it's a nice sight. Even if I did get it for free, I don't want to mangle it. I'm gonna hammer it a little bit. I should have a gun vise to use for this, but I don't. You wonder if a radiation gun would be legal? I think because it's so unfeasible, there's not really a reason to need to ban it. I'm getting Loctite on my chroma key gloves. How do I get you in is the real question. Do I need to get my gunsmithing block? All right, let's see which side up I can affix you the best. Probably this side up. All right, let's get that. Try not to push any of my... Fuck it, let's just use the hammer itself. Is it even moving? Can't make it cancer rays, unfortunately. That's quitter talk. I think we're making some sort of incremental progress on... Oh, no, not the brass end. I don't think it's moving, and I am cutting up my plastic... my fucking plastic hammer. Ooh, let's think about this for a moment. It's a steel bit. It's also a very tiny steel bit, so it's not enough surface area. Life imprisonment, no less. Nuclear Materials Offense Act. You people really have a felony for everything now, don't you? You lack whimsy in the way you live. I need to hammer this down here. Come on, it's brass. Why is it damaging the finish? I also don't think it's really moving the sight at all, like whatsoever. Let me try to use the... Oh, I could have used the sight pusher this entire time. Silly me. All right, it's becoming a little canted, so we're gonna need to have that little spacer in so that it doesn't cant. Now we're cooking with propane. You can't see it because it's not in frame, but this is what we're doing basically. I'm not gonna do that in
based
hand.
On what? Based on the stick in your mouth.
Very true. Very true. I mean, you know what? The mechanical advantage is nice. And it is progressing into the slide, although I will forever be paranoid that it's offset to one side or the other. Which I guess, you know what, a sight pusher does make it fairly easy to balance out. I think we're sort of arriving to a reasonable center point here. Let's loosen the vise a little bit. Take a quick peek. Oh, we've been over traveled slightly. Get her back on the straight and narrow. It's a good thing the Loctite permits us to go back and forth a couple times. And over travel again. This is going to be all day like this. All right. Up. And yet Ugo made one in his basement. So true. He is so real for that. That's still not aligned. Maybe just Yep, wrong way. I have some measuring calipers that I can use to finally straighten it out. All right, so a little bit to that side. Just very, very gently. This is why they tell you that gun parts should be installed by a certified gunsmith. That actually seems pretty centered. I kind of like it. I'm going to get the calipers out just in case. Quick, fetch your standard issue Hebrew Jewelers monocle. First of all, how dare you? Second of all, my eyesight no longer allows me to use it. All right. We have one installed at birth. All right, let's see. Let's check. Well, how the fuck do I even check that? That's just the diameter of the thing, but I need to check it against something. I need a consistent medium side to side. How do I assess the depth of I'm trying to figure out what to snatch the calipers on. But that's measuring lateral distance. That's not what I need. Slide width minus slide width divided by 2 should be either side. Fair enough, but again, the problem is to find an indexing point. That's what I'm struggling with right now. Because the sight sits so high, there's nothing for me to index on. I like the way it looks. It looks cool. Try to approximately eyeball it against a contrasting surface real quick. So it seems to be mostly aligned. All right, let me try to actually properly eyeball it under light. Yeah, it seems to be pretty lined up. Just a second. Check some. Maybe just slightly off to the left, maybe. So just a gentle push to the right. It's like very, very minute. Like there's a spot in the dovetail that I could measure, but it's too small and I can't get any purchase of the calipers on it. It's like a barely even a half twist. There's a point you almost became a gunsmith. What prevented you? Just a second. I'm trying to see if I can sort of intuit the. Probably just. Yeah, just slightly more. And it's over traveled. That's probably as straight as it's going to get. Maybe a slight push. I'm going to do this in hand just so that I have a more granular control over how much it actually travels. Oh, really? Now you want the hand track? Sorry about that. I think that's probably as centered as I can get without precision tooling. The alcohol wipes are all dried up at this point. A gunsmith in the area was looking to take on an extra guy to help him with his shop. He was going to hire you, but then his cousin needed a job. Ah, fair enough. That's unfortunate. Just a itty bitty push in the other direction. Just like a smidge. It's the fucking samsara wheel. I'm just gonna keep turning it back and forth endlessly until I develop eyesight where. Oh wait, just a second. I have a way to measure. Fuck, I am stupid. I don't know how to use my own damn calipers. I can measure depth with the little thingy at the end. Just a second. There's this little tail thing. I can get it up to where it's just small enough. All right, put that thing down. Into the vise you go. All right. All right, 176. One five. Okay, so we need a slight push that way. Right? Needs to travel by about a millimeter. Surely I can exert enough precise effort for that. All right, let's measure it. I can't really bite into it to measure. I have to unlock it from the vise. You're not kidding, and don't call you Shirley? People are saying that the new Naked Gun is just not it, and I can kind of easily believe it. I can see whatever his fucking name is, Qui-Gon Jinn, not quite being on par with Leslie Nielsen. Okay, roughly 1.5, and this side. Come the fuck out. Stay still. $153. Okay, that's probably as even as I'm going to get it, realistically. It's a good thing that I remember how to use these calipers correctly. 156. Okay, I think I'm going to forgive the fucking fraction of a millimeter in inaccuracy. Yeah, that's as straight as they're gonna be going on. Quickly grab a glove. Actually heard it's pretty on point. Is it like a remake or is it a sequel? I don't know. You see, the appeal of Leslie Nielsen back when Naked Gun was only just being released, and some of you youngins may not have remembered that because you weren't around. But the main appeal of Leslie Nielsen's character is how hilariously deadpan he was. He's not even deadpan. It's not like a Deus Ex accidentally funny. It's more of he managed to be both the tsukomi and the bokeh, to use a weeaboo term for stuff, in most of the slapstick that took place. It's gonna be very funny if the sights are too high for my holsters. All right, gun is clear. Let me see. I think it's, yeah, pretty straight on. Hell yeah. Got some nice tall boy sights over there. I still don't have the red dot, but there will eventually be a Vortex red dot that I'm gonna slap over here. Where's my concealed carry holster? Yeah, it goes in like a charm, just like it's always supposed to be that way. Nice-oo. I was originally going to add a silicone grip pad to the grip, I've changed my mind because the grip as it currently exists is just so comfortable and I shoot so well with this that I really do not want to fuck with it. Like it sits so right in my right hand that there's really no sense in messing with what works for the sake of a gimmick stretchy grip. Hockey tape seems to work just as well. Okay, now that that's done, we're gonna clean this up real quick. A very serious but comedic deadpan. Yes, he was sort of almost no-selling the jokes, and his deadpan reaction was funny. And damn, it's a shame. I know. Again, I doubt that Liam Neeson would have been able to do. Again, I haven't seen the movie. That, and I mean, realistically, like a good third of the jokes in Naked Gun just are not going to be made in a modern Hollywood movie. So that's why I'm kind of disinterested at even giving it the time of day. Like the dream scene is played completely straight from his part, even when he picks up the penny. Yeah, exactly. It's actually his son doing the police squad things. Yes. I think it's I think I heard that. Yeah, that it's like a continuous story. Which, you know what? It's nice that at the very least, you know, Hollywood had the good sense to just not mess with the legacy of the man. But then again, can we have some original IPs, please? I'm kind of done with sequels, threequels, fucking prequels. Can we just have new things? Like the Arab who goes for the Pope with a suicide vest, right? Yeah, not really a joke that you're going to see in any modern setting. All right, I should probably not lose the front sight. Let me screw this onto the factory site just to keep that around. The problem is that people running Hollywood are all business school graduates. They hate new things. Business school graduate is such a watered down term. Because I feel like usually when I hear like Ivy League MBA, I understand the content of their training, and I can sort of understand the logic behind the things that they do most of the time. But then you have Harvard University. I know that Harvard University doesn't give MBAs. Shut the fuck up. Not the point I'm making. But the point is that the quality of education overall seems to have suffered significantly in those institutions. Like, I interact with a lot of Ivy League postgraduates as a function of my work. And even before that, since my dad is also an Ivy League graduate. Like, I know what old school Ivy League is. Like, these are serious people who do things that are impactful in the world. And for some reason, that has just gone the way of the dodo. These institutions no longer produce said serious people. Problem is that they're sold a vision. That vision has no talented white man in it. They ran all the talented whites out of Hollywood. That's also true. They want consistent return and acceptable expected results. They think, X was popular, so X will be popular now. They don't like risk. I think that's an unfair generalization. What you're describing is just bad late-stage managers. Business schools, well, at least back in my day when I was getting my education, that is not what was taught in business schools. Like, you're not supposed to treat every business the same. There are different cohorts of managers for different parts of the life cycle of the business, and those businesses also function in different industries. And those industries have different requirements and criteria for success. Now, what you're describing is stakeholder thinking. So, board of directors type shit, where a company or a board has a fiduciary duty to ensure returns. So, they are actually liable if they show negative financial results within, say, a financial quarter, because then they're damaging the value of the company that they're responsible for. I did a little ballistics calculation with my sight radius at 25 yards. The 0.3 millimeters offset means a 0.056 point of impact shift. 0.056 inches, that is. That is harrowing. It's a good thing that I can't see that far. Hey there, Crespian. We're just done playing with guns. As you can see, the hand cam streams are now fully kayfabe compliant. I hope you appreciate the extra effort that went into that. All right, we've done some busy work. We can now play. So, goat guns. I spoke to those guys at Goals. They seemed very chill. They make cool stuff. So they've sent me some stuff and things. Make sure that I am allowed to show everything here. Shouldn't have any names on it. They've sent me this. All right, let's see what's in here. So this is an MCX Rattler instructional. Hopefully we won't need that. Goat Guns sticker. I should stick that onto somewhere. Sarge Scratch to reveal. Oh, okay. We're gonna do that momentarily. They do provide a challenge coin to scratch, I guess. I really like the challenge coin. I've looked at it previously. So it's the oh, that's gonna be a hoot and a holler to try to show. So it's, you know, the Goat Guns logo. Come on, autofocus, bitch. And it has a little... I like that it says, have a little fun. Because, you know, the guns are little, and the little AR snaps off the challenge coin. That's very cool. Esteemed Goat Guns superfan. We hope that this letter finds you in good spirit and strong health. Enclosed, you will find a special token, a challenge coin, sent with our deepest gratitude and admiration. You may be wondering, what is a challenge coin? In the armed forces, and among our brave men and women in service, such coins are not given lightly. They are a symbol of camaraderie and recognition among the elite. This particular coin bears meaning unique to our mission. On the front, you will find our steadfast symbol, Sergeant Gunner. The figure we all rally behind. On the reverse, nestled in the palm of the hand, rests a finely crafted miniature goat gun to scale, and with mechanisms unlike any other. It may be removed and replaced at will, as a testament to both precision and a touch of good fun, as our motto proudly says, have a little fun. Only 1,000 such coins have been entrusted to fans such as yourself. Consider this salute from us to you a rare honor for one of our finest. From myself and all of us here, Sarge and Goat Guns team. There you go. Very cool. I have one of 1,000 of these little challenge coins. Hell yeah. Oh, I even have a little Rattler sticker. That's cool. I don't want to use this coin for a fucking scratch off now. Alright, let me move the extra bits out of the way. What can I use to scratch it off? I have some scissors over here. Alright, let's do that on a towelette. It's a very nice pog I have there. How dare you? Alright. So what's the scratch off? I think these are like collectible cards. Guess I'll have to buy more goat guns to collect all of the Sarges. Hungry Sarge. Boy, he's like me, for real, for real. I remember growing up when we used to play Pogs, and we played them as a means of skilled gambling, essentially, because whenever you would flip over the tower the other guy had, um, you get to keep whatever Pogs are face up. And it was eventually banned from school because it was seen as a form of addictive gambling. Because some kids who were low skill but deep pocket just were absolutely pantsed. We even had like an exchange rate going for the different styles of it. Yeah, there we go. That's a hungry Sarge. All right, roll that shit up. I believe classic Pogs with like the caveman were the highest. Plastics were worth double the cardboard Pogs. Because Sentai wasn't really popular where I grew up, the Power Ranger Pogs they were underpriced, so not really worth bringing them to the table. Love the Wild West nature of the artwork. I remember some wild ones, but I think the wild ones were not considered valuable just per the exchange rate unless they were plastics. The plastics were always the most valuable. Nice egg carton. All right, what is this? What the hell are you? That's a screw. Some itty bitty screws over here. Okay. So this is, wow, this is all metal too. All right. I see what your game is. This is supposed to slot in somehow over here. So this goes into the grip, and this is installed like so? Question mark? Probably. Kid one school went lost an eye to a pog. How do you manage that? Like that's an impressive degree of being unfit for life. Right, so this is supposed to slot in here. I'm gonna have to take out the instruction manual before I break it because this is a nice, well-made metal model. All right, step one. Oh, so we start with the receiver and handguard. Fair enough. All right, so this is our receiver. Oh, damn. Okay, let me try to show this to you. Like, it has a dust cover. So when I pull the charging handle, the dust cover throws out of the way. It has a little safety selector, 3 position as you do. Was one of those metal pogs. Ah, oh hey there, Gotcha. How are you doing? We need to get a goat gun at some point. They're so cute. They're very cool. They're very cool. They also send me a Garand, but I gave that to a friend who really likes M1 Garands. How are you doing today, Gotcha? Let me show you. I have to brag because I've managed to do a grown-up thing and install new tritium iron sights on my carry Glock. Everyone make sure to follow Gotcha because Gotcha is good people and has lots of guns that are frequently shown in minute detail on stream. Let me figure this out real quick. Feel Garands are overrated. How dare you? You are tickling the balls of a ban right there, Digby. We don't say that here. Big sights. Well, here's the thing. First of all, I am borderline blind. I can't tell faces from like 9 yards away. I can still shoot center mass well enough, but I do need me some nice illuminated sights. The tritium is currently being chroma keyed out, as you do, because we're figuring out this little janky AR setup. But I'm also going to slap a vortex red dot here, so I need the extra height sights now. And XS were nice enough to send those over for me for free. Yeah, it makes sense on a carry gun. I don't expect to need to shoot these any farther than, like, I don't know, 7 yards. So it's fine. I don't need prescription glasses. I've been hearing voices because I found a, you know what, you're here, you're gonna appreciate that. Let me pull up Chrome real quick. Let me pull this up real quick. Oh, I forgot to post my go live. That is very much like me. All right, let me see. Mid-state firearms. Up. You'll probably want to see that too, don't you? Hearing voices and seeing blurry things. What else is new? Don't worry about it. All right. So the reason I have been loitering on this website in particular is because they offer the exact upper that I've been looking for, which is a 223. No, I misclicked. 223 wild. And where is it? Which one was I looking at? It's definitely one of the 20 inchers. Their website is not great, but from what I'm hearing, the quality is very much up to snuff. Okay, let's see. Which one was I looking at? I was probably looking at one of these. And we build it out with an M16 profile bolt carrier group. I can slap a charging handle on it later. Handguard options. Give it a nice girthy M-lock. Regulating gas block. A2 flash hider. No pin and weld muzzle. No foregrip. No custom engravings. That's cringe. No lights. Folding adapter, no. It's a full-sized gun. Yes, silencer use. No extra tools. So, like, barely 500 bucks, and that's just because of the regulated gas block, adjustable gas block. If I don't go for the adjustable gas block, it's like 400 plus tax and shipping. And I mean, no one makes 20-inch 223 wild rifle barrels for some reason. Well, they make barrels. No one sells assemblies, which upsets me deeply. Wild, yippee. Well, see, I want it to be caliber agnostic in the sense that I want it to be able to run both 223 and 5.56. All right, let's get going. So yeah, that's probably going to be the next responsible purchase on my list. The other competing one is that I need a new cutting sword. Recently had an urge to get a 300 blackout bolt action upper. I mean, yeah. I have a friend who's a big fan of those. All right, what are we doing? Slide the handguard to cut onto the upper receiver. Okay, this is an LT handguard. I'm not familiar with these. I run a conventional old-style cane brake handguard. All right, how does this slot in? Is it supposed to slot into the upper? I assume it is. Please don't break while I'm trying to assemble. It is metal, so it shouldn't. Am I stupid or A bolt action 300 blackout. I mean, it should, depending on your use case, there's definitely reasons to do that. How far should it slot into? Is it just supposed to lock in? Do I need to break out the armorer's punches again? I just put those away. I feel like the augmented reality is obscuring more of what we're doing. All right, let me get the armorer's block. That's it. The armorer's block comes out. It's not going in on its own. It's gonna go in eventually. All right, let's see. They're telling me their P320 model isn't selling too well. I wonder why. If their 1911s are any indication, then they usually do a pretty good job, because the 1911 I tried to handle had a double feed the moment I tried handling it. Is there a handguard retainer pin? There are 2 bolts on, if I could get my own hands out of the way. There are 2 screws that are supposed to hold it in place. So I'm gonna hammer it in very gently, and then I am going to... Oh, this actually is quite size appropriate. Yeah, so I'm just gonna use a plastic hammer to get it in place. And then we're gonna tighten it down with some screws. There we go. Screw in place with 2 screws. Okay, that's what we're gonna do here. I never thought that this armorer's block would be most useful for assembling model kits. I did not anticipate that. I'm not sure how the real LT handguard sits, because the cane brake one... Fuck it, I may as well show it. Just give me a second, I'll go fetch the MCX. All right. Yeah. Fuck. It's getting very crowded over here. Righty-ho. So, I'm not going to... Hands, there we go. I'm not going to unload and show clear. This is my bedside home defense gun. But yeah, apparently it has similar screws holding the handguard in place. So right, the placement is on point. I wonder if these have walked over the course of me using it. I've built it up pretty fucking heavy at this point. Like, the older generation's MCXs were already demanding in terms of upper body strength. And now I have a clipped magazine of 300 blackout. Not, I really should pick a struggle. I run a SIG, an older, heavier model, and in 300 blackout. This is definitely a pick a struggle moment. Watch, I'm going to transition over to a carry gun. It's also SIG. It's not a 320. All right, let's find a little screw. Slot that in there. I don't assume I need Loctite. It's actually a handy little screw that they give you. It's an itty bitty Allen screw. Rather Allen wrench, but you know. The point is, it's actually useful for tons of things because I've been needing like an oh, it's even removable. Damn, that's so cool. I like that you not only do you end up with a cool little model, but you also actually get something useful in addition to it in the form of this itty bitty screw. And unlike actual SIG parts, it's not going to be made in India. No, I'm not letting it go. Okay, thread the suppressor. Look away, YouTube. That's one of the older. Oh, I forget the name of that suppressor, but they no longer make these. They've they've specifically made the cane brake. Am I aligning this correctly? Is this supposed to be aligned a certain way? Am I just not? I suppose if it was supposed to align a certain way, it's not supposed to end up in the handguard, right? No, it doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem to be. Okay. Torpedo looking suppressor. So my cane brake comes with an inert can that looks about the same, but they've discontinued it. So now I'm on. Well, I mean, to be fair, it was also like a welded, just classic baffle suppressor that no one really wanted, no one asked for. The SLH and SLX apparently are better suppressors, and you know, all of the SIG memes aside, I will probably still just get an SLH suppressor for the cane brake because it is designed to run suppressed. I don't really care about back pressure because, you know, gas piston gun. There it is. You don't need a suppressor if there are no survivors. Digby, you see, the problem with that is I am very attached to being able to hear. Like, I can already barely see as is. And hearing is the last faculty that is mostly intact. So I would prefer to, you know, actually retain that. And I run supersonic ammo in my home defense rifle. So that's going to be a no. It's going to be a no. Right, how do I attach the folding stock? By placing the bracket piece to the right side of the stock. Screw tightly in place. Okay. Ah. Do I slide it on before or after I tighten it? That's a good question. All right, let's mount this little. There is really no good way to align myself to the camera. I need to figure out how to mount the Ultra Leap in a way that it doesn't interfere with. I think it's supposed to go in this way. Leave the wrench over here while we figure this out. Which way are you supposed to go? Probably this way, because that way it's like a proper Picatinny rail size. Actually more in spec than your median Palmetto State Armory shit stick. Wait, am I not supposed to? Wait, am I not supposed to do that? Okay. This is more and more like a real SIG. Where the instructions aren't exactly clear, especially to a dum-dum like me. Alright, so are we supposed to assemble it on the gun as opposed to slide it on and then... Oh, it's also magnetized. That's cool. Yeah, I'm supposed to assemble it on the gun. Ah, alright, let's pick up another screw. Ah, nice. Alright, we have our Folding stock adapter. We have just committed a felony because I did not file ATF paperwork. Attach scope by placing in desired spot on railing and tightening the nut. Okay. On the side with fingers. Okay. Which way is front? This way is front. Sig red dot. Ew. I believe the best practice is to have it somewhere just above the ejection port, right? Gotcha. Correct me on that one if I'm wrong. Where does my EOTech sit? Above the front end over here. No, ATF, no, you will not take me alive. Tannerite Roomba, go. I cast Tannerite-filled Boston Dynamics dog. Armed with an illegal machine gun. Alright, seems to sit pretty okay. Like to mount the red dot as far forward on the upper receiver as possible before it hits the handrail, Picatinny. I feel like on this one it's gonna like be a little bit too far. I don't think it needs that much eye relief. But that's definitely a way to do that. I guess I can reach over. Like on this one, I have it right above the ejection port because, well, in front, there's not a lot of handrail left, and that's where my light switch is. And I can't have it any further back because there needs to be a magnifier. Kind of depends on the aesthetic too. Yeah, the vibes are very important. It's scientifically proven that if your gun has low aura, then it's actually going to have worst expansion upon hitting tissue. That's why 45 ACP is actually a bad round, because it has 0 aura. Yeah, obviously looking good is the most important factor. Absolutely co-signed. I shall therefore hereafter reference Gotcha Guns as the reputable source that says that, as opposed to it came to me in a dream. Had this conversation with a trope on Twitter yesterday, like, oh, my 45, 2 world wars, and a third one. Kills a Wendigo with 3 shots under mass. Alright, we have our dummy rounds to load into, for some reason, a Sten mag, but okay, sure. Could have supplied a mag loader. Up, doesn't just top load. I need to depress the follower. Do humans actually say that? What, 2 world wars, or that 45 is the better caliber to carry? I mean, it had to come from somewhere, so. Someone had to say that at least once. Fuck. Well, yeah, listen, I am going to trust Garantham's video on comparing the traumatic effect of good, solid, like strong loads of jacketed hollow point 9mm versus self-defense 45. I hear he is a big expert of shooting random loads into strange pieces of meat. Giggity. All right. Load and make ready. Oh, we haven't prepared the mount yet. Okay, fair enough. So 3 dummy rounds. I'm gonna need to buy more dummy rounds. They sell accessories for these things. I think they have a vertical foregrip that I can have here. Maybe I'll go for an angle foregrip. I'm not sure. And I'm definitely swapping out the shameful made in China SIG optic for a for a proper American-made EOTech. Attach mount to display stand by screwing into bottom of display stand case. Okay. So one more screw to wrangle. Well, that 45 meme shit, because it's, as a 45 user, you'll blow a hole in the face, but you're not going to say it ends armies. I mean, I think the argument is that it was, you know, the primary go-to service round of the US military for the longest time during said 2 world wars. Listen, 45 is nothing to sneeze at. My main argument is that outside of a ballistics gel brick, it doesn't really produce a result that's that much different from a hot load of 9mm jacketed hollow point. And I can carry almost 3 times as much 9mm jacketed hollow point and make my follow-up shots significantly faster. Unless I'm running a race gun, but who the fuck carries with a race gun? Because, you know, not exactly reliable. All right, let's interact with the primary function. So we pull the charging handle. Yeah, it's stripped around. It's stripped around. Okay, we place it in admin carry. All right, we put it on safe. Put it on safe. Fuck it, we put it in the 3rd position because we're cool. Get the fuck out of my house! Bang, 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 bang. Ah, and it cycles out, up. Ah, double feed. True Sigurd quality. Alright, clear malfunction. Motherfucker's actually stuck in there. Where's that fucking forward assist when you need it? God damn. The magazine is actually stuck. Let me find a pick to fish the round out. It's so realistic. I'm just gonna leave it with the fucking double load. Right. Does the bolt lock back? It doesn't, probably. Like, that would be way too cool. All right, let's lock the dust cover, so that can't lock. That takes some fucking finger dexterity to do. Oh, it has ambi controls too. Shame none of them fucking work. Ah, okay. Yay, we cleared the malfunction. Bang. Alright. Alright. Unload and show clear. Fire into the berm. Imagine having to mortar tiny gun models. Listen, there's realistic. I had a fucking double feed once on my SIG. Thankfully, none since. It was on a reload, so that was... I'm pretty sure that was user error. I slammed that magazine probably a little too hard when I was reloading. Or, you know what, as I am known to do, I may have applied a little bit too much retard strength. And probably I had 31 round in that particular magazine because I was just too eager to go fast. Apparently Atreus is, it's not a big priority for them, but they're currently working on a trip bar that's going to work with the Atreus forced reset safety in the SIGs. So the one I have will probably go into an AR platform, but once they release the trip, well, first of all, it's going to be a hoot and a holler to try to fish out the goddamn thing. To fish out the trip that's currently sitting on roll pins in my upper already, so that's going to be an experience. I'll probably just take it to a gunsmith and not bother. But yeah, once they come out with that trip, definitely gonna try to do something with that. But hey, here's our little SIG MCX. Sigurd quality very much reflected. All right. What else is on the itinerary for today? We have a Lego set, an anniversary droideka. Yes, I know. Herder, you're giving money to fucking Disney and Star Wars. I know. Our other option is I have a Pokemon puzzle set. If I can fish it out of the box, it's. I have not figured out storage in this room yet. Slapped on a locked bolt, got an override. Luckily, you drilled on that. That was my first time running that thing, so... great. Great. Okay, so I have a Pokemon jigsaw puzzle or a Lego set. Oni Dojo, what is your call? What would you like to do today? We're probably gonna boot up some media share to entertain us in the background. Sure, no, Terry, do both, but in what order? The jigsaw puzzle, realistically, is probably gonna take us more time because I've lost the reference. Well, we decided to put away my tools. Alright, lock these away. Well, jigsaw puzzle or Legos? Come on, Oni Dojo. What is that emote? Poke Chandelier. I assume that's going to be a vote for Jigsaw. Alright. Let's have a little bit of a bit of React slop as a treat up in the corner there. So we definitely have some React slop to work with. What is this? Let's have some longer term React slop so that, you know, I don't have to shift back and forth. We have Sargon, the primeval VTuber. Legos? We have a split decision here. No, Terry, you're the deciding vote. Come on. Place him over here.
Days here recently. It's been a tense couple of days here recently. A lot's going on, and actually, I think.
All right, Lego's going once.
The narratives.
Lego's going twice. Lego it is. Okay, we're gonna let Sargon talk while I break out the Legos.
It's been a tense couple of days here recently. A lot's going on, and actually, I think a lot of the narratives about what Britain is, ought to be, and the current state of it.
Do you see
are resolving themselves.
The screen?
The contradictions within them are coming to a resolution, and this is imposing a series of conclusions on public discourse that people just really aren't ready to deal with. They're not actually prepared to genuinely engage with what we're being shown here. So, you of course will remember the Labour conference where Keir Starmer said, if you even imply any of the immigrants who come here aren't English, we're coming for you with everything we've got. And then a Muslim man decided to murder some Jews outside of a synagogue on their holy day.
Ah, there it is.
Why would he do that? If everyone in the country is just English, what would be the reason for that? Why is it significant that that day is a day at all? Other than a normal day ending in Y, if they're all just
it's
English.
Not intended.
And the answer is, of course, they're not. The Jewish people are not just English, they're Jewish. They have their own culture, customs, history, and calendar of holy days, and they have ethnic enemies. And we brought millions of them into the country. And for some reason, we allowed them to just live cheap our jowl in Manchester. If you actually look at where the attack took place, you'll notice that one side of the road is Jewish, and the other side mostly
having
Jewish.
to apply stickers.
The other side is mostly Muslim. And they're different. They actually are kind of just enemies. And things that are happening around the world make them enemies, as if the rivalry and objection to one another doesn't go back longer than that anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Deeply embedded issues between them in at least one of their holy books. And yet we're supposed to say, well, this is all just part and parcel of being English in Keir Starmer's renewed Britain, restored Britain, whatever he calls it. The Greater Britain against Little England. And it's like, okay, well, I don't know whether you've noticed, but tensions couldn't really be higher. And I don't really see these communities getting on. And nobody has any answers for any of these issues. So, I mean, Shabana Mahmood, the English Home Secretary, said, as a Muslim, this is how I feel.
Really?
And she appealed to calm. Solidarity.
I'm going to stop you right there. Really? A peace plier? I hope you can see this. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? For people with itty bitty hands who can't develop a little bit of grit. This is the fucking point of Legos. The point of Legos is that you force your child to develop good neural connections in their fingers because that is conducive to brain development.
I saw a bunch of the mainstream shitlibs like Emily Maitlis and on the newsagents and the BBC implying that, in fact, straight up saying, oh, the right will use this to divide us. The BBC was like, this could be neo-Nazis. So we need solidarity and unity. Against who?
I'm not going to use this.
It looks like the division already exists. It looks like the division is plain as day. And because of what's happening in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine, that is taking place on our streets because we've recreated the issue in miniature in this country.
I would say that's not, like, I understand the perspective from which it may seem like that. No, the issue was solely in importing the Muslims, because wherever the Muslims go, these issues occur. It's not about, specifically their issues with the Jews.
And so, well, the right will use this to divide.
It's just that the Jews are their favorite target for a variety of reasons. They're the easiest for themselves to justify.
Well, I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't think the right needs to be involved in this in any way, shape, or form. But again, calls for solidarity and unity
10 piece
against who? And the answer is against us, isn't it? The answer is that you were using these two communities as some sort of cudgel against the native English, weren't you, Emily?
Well, I wouldn't say that the Jews were a very good cudgel against the British community, because in my experience, even in London, the Jews, even the Hasidic ones, who are usually, the loudest and least pleasant minority to coexist with, that among the sort of different tribes, they are usually pretty insulated. They just keep to themselves. They read the Torah. They go to the synagogue, and they pretty much they do a good job of staying out of everyone's hair. Like, all they want is to eat at the kosher meat in their delis, and not much else.
Weren't you BBC? Weren't you Keir Starmer? Weren't you Shabana Mahmood and David Lammy?
You know what? I do see the libtards using them as a talking point. So I'll concede that.
All of these against the native British, which is why you fear Gammonzilla so much. Because even now you realise that Gammonzilla...
I love the construct of the Gammonzilla. I think it is such a great meme. I hope it catches on.
If he chooses... has the power to just exercise his democratic will against all of you if he wanted to. And that's the thing, the looming horror that you see in Nigel Farage, isn't it? You see in Nigel Farage not the avatar, but the political instrument of Gammonzilla. That he could say, I've had enough of all of you. And Nigel Farage says, yeah, you're right. Millions of them need to go home. This is what indefinite leave to remain
Here, here.
needs to be removed for. So millions of them will go home. But that creates a problem for those people who are against the native British population. But I can't help but notice that these groups just won't play nice with one another. All day, today, all day.
Well, here's the thing. The Jews in England don't need indefinite stay to remain. Indefinite leave to remain, however the fuck you call it. Most of them are generational English citizens who have caused zero problems. Most of them have moved there either from Germany during World War II or from other European countries like Spain or Poland. And they mostly just keep to themselves. Well, a lot of very wealthy Russian Jews, but they're not technically like in the diaspora. They're a little bit of an edge case there, I guess. But they don't rely on refugee status. They don't rely on indefinite leave to remain. They just naturalize and legalize themselves through normal, non-human rights means, and then they just participate in society. On the one hand, you want something to actually happen in the population of the UK to shrink substantially. On the other hand, you fear that they will need to turn the Thames red. Not necessarily. It all depends on how decisive reform is going to be when they win. Like, if they can actually go through with what they're promising, which is repatriation for large swaths of these invading peoples, then they can actually do so without the Thames turning red.
I was watching
Basically, this is their last chance to not boog.
BBC, Times Radio, various other things that are crossing my timeline, and it's nothing but Jews ringing up these places saying, well, we don't feel safe in England anymore.
They've been
it feels like
saying
actually
that for
the
quite
Muslim
a while.
community might start turning on us. I hear that this is called an
Might start? Habibi. They've been turned on you for as long as they were here. They were never a peaceable minority. Just that they couldn't just fucking get away with it as freely.
intifada.
They didn't have political parties representing their interest to kill all of the Jews. That's the only thing that's changed. Can't imagine Jews haven't felt safe in the UK for the last 20 years. Not 20, I would say like 10 to 15 years back, it was pretty okay. Like, they mostly stayed in like North London, in like the nice pricier parts, and all of the youths, all of the doctors and engineers, though they would usually occupy like South London, Southeast London, so the less reputable lower rent areas of the city. It's just that it's become so widespread that you can no longer hide in your little wealthy hamlet.
They have been angrily protesting about in the streets for a couple of years now, and so we're not feeling very safe, and we think we might leave. Well, must be nice to have somewhere to go. Because
well, that's the thing, Sargon. They don't really have somewhere to go. It's more of a necessity. It's not that they have somewhere to go. It's that we as a people were usually forced to find a place where we can go, and usually manufacture circumstances that would allow us to do so. It's not that we have a place to go. Contrary to popular belief, not all Jews want to repatriate into Israel for a variety of reasons. Some people just don't want to live in the Middle East, just because, the Middle East is a beast in and of itself. Some people don't want to pay Israeli taxes. Other people are just not Sephardic Jews, who are the primary ethnic group that, populates Israel. Ashkenazi Jews are effectively European, and they prefer to live in Europe. Well, the West, largely speaking. Maybe they don't like the constant fireworks. That is also a concern, yes.
English haven't felt very safe in England for a long time, and nobody cares. And we don't have anywhere to go.
Well, see, nobody cares is not a fair statement, because I think that the same people who don't care about the English not feeling safe are the same people who are not really going to be moved by the Jews not feeling safe. So I think that's also not a very fair standard. I understand that, you know, again, from the outside looking in, Carl feels slighted, and he feels that his native population has been passed over for consideration. But no, I think that you are very much in the same boat.
So at least you have that. Wouldn't it be nice to have a state that actually prioritizes your concerns? And the thing is, it's not like the British state and the intelligentsia of this.
He's insinuating that it's Israel, but realistically, most Jews who have to immigrate somewhere, they don't go to Israel for all of the aforementioned reasons that I've outlined. What is this? I can't see with the glare. It's a 6-piece. Okay. Most Jews actually don't go to Israel when they need to immigrate somewhere.
Country haven't done everything.
You don't feel safe in Dallas, but you're fairly certain if you go to a Cowboys game, there won't be a rabid MS-13 member parasailing into the stadium with machine guns. Yeah, probabilistically, you know, the probability is never zero, but it is low.
Everything they can to try and keep.
Let me put it like this. If the election had gone the other way, you could have been within touching distance of a probability of MS-13 paragliding into a Cowboys game.
The coalition against the native population intact. They've done everything they can, say, no, our Jewish friends are welcome, our Jewish friends are welcome.
They've never said that.
And personally, I haven't got a problem with them. I haven't got a problem with any Jewish people, actually, now that I think about it. Like, there's such a small community of Jewish people, and they don't ever blow anything up. So I've never really...
Let's see how the Jewish community in England does in terms of their net contribution of taxes and wealth creation compared to the population that severely dislikes them, compared to the median Muslim.
Really thought about them?
Have you ever heard of a Jewish constituency or a Jewish majority council that just, you know, doesn't pay for their garbage removal? Or, you know, runs a rape gang ring that's also co-organized with Jewish members of the police? Me neither.
They don't interfere with my life. I don't feel persecuted by them. I don't feel put in danger by them. But there is a community in this country that does feel put in danger by them, right? Because they see Jewish people as an extension of Israel. And they also see the Palestinians as an extension of the Ummah.
That's actually where you're wrong. They see Israel as an extension of the Jewish people, and they hate Israel because it is a Jewish state, not the other way around. They don't need a reason outside of the fact that they already hate Jews. It is prescribed in their holy texts that they must find the Jew and kill him everywhere they go. Twitch is wrecking you, Hassan in your list, and you can't be more revolted. I never get recommendations from Hassan, but probably because I mostly watch VTubers. What was I saying? Yes, so it's the other way around. It's not that they feel threatened by the Jewish community because of the big bad Israel. No, it's the other way around. They hate Israel because they hate everything that has to do with the Jews. From the river to the sea is a chant that means that the Jews need to be driven into the sea and exterminated from that land wholesale. And they see a global intifada as a means towards that end. So that's a bit of an incorrect interpretation of the situation here.
And so they feel like the Jewish people in Israel killing Palestinians is not separate to Jewish people in this country.
No. They feel that the attack of October 7th was justified because the targets were Jews. And they think that a response from Israel is a bad thing because they believe that they should be able to kill Jews with impunity. That's the logic here. So yeah, a bit of a misunderstanding has taken place. It's not because they feel particularly slighted. They feel that Israel doesn't have a right to exist, and therefore they are displeased that an act of terroristic violence is currently receiving a symmetrical response.
You can complain that that doesn't seem fair to you. True, it's not fair. You can complain that these things are actually completely different. Not all Jewish people feel represented by Israel, and maybe they don't. But this is a question of perceptions. This is not a question of what is actually true or necessarily even just.
It's not even really a question of perceptions. It is just one-sided sectarian. It's unilateral sectarian hate.
It's what certain communities believe. And if they believe that they are represented in the Palestinians that they are constantly going on about Israel murdering, to the tune of hundreds, if not thousands of them.
Well, shit, they just shouldn't have started an open hot war with Israel then, shouldn't they?
Then you can see why Jewish communities in this country don't feel safe. Because they will look and go, well, you are right here, and I'm supposed to pretend, from their point of view, that this isn't political outside of the context of the Middle East. But I mean, I don't know whether you've noticed, it's obviously incredibly political to these people outside of the context of the Middle East.
Well, yes, because remember that Islam is not so much a religion as it is an expansionist political and legal prescription. The Ummah is effectively a state in and of itself that exists as a primary source of legitimacy for any other state that is considered an Islamic state.
Whether they're here or not. And I was listening to LBC earlier, and the Muslim caller called up and said, I don't feel safe here either.
Oh, really?
So no one feels safe in modern multicultural Britain. In Keir Starmer's renewed Britain, this glorious multicultural...
I would like to hear the argumentation for a Muslim in England not feeling safe.
Progressive woke paradise, no one feels safe. Incredible. And on the very day of the attack, there was a very rowdy, riotous protest in Parliament Square. Like 40 people were arrested. There's only 1,000, 2,000 of them. It really wasn't very big, but it was meaningful. Now, you'll remember, for the Tommy Robinson Unite the Kingdom rally,
shit,
there were only 26 arrests, and there were 1 million people there. But there were 40 arrests with a couple of thousand. So you can see proportionally which group is more likely to cause trouble. And
I'm going to stop you there. You see, you don't need the pussy grip bot 5,000. You just need to have like normal articulating fingers, and then you can remove even flush-fitting pieces.
This is something that is being clearly felt by Starmer's government. That whatever's happening at the moment, the tension in the Starmer bunker must be dripping off the walls. David Lammy went out to give a speech in solidarity, and he got heckled by the Jewish attendees there.
Yeah.
Because as far as they were concerned, he's an anti-Semite. But then, of course, by the other side, he's also anti-Palestine. So what can he do? He can appeal to unity and say, look, guys, we need to stay together. For whatever reason. And so the government, Shabana Mahmood, Keir Starmer, and the rest, have decided to beg the Muslim community for solidarity, for charity, for consideration towards the Jewish community. Yes, they have their Palestine marches all the time, but we've just had a Muslim jihadi called Jihad al-Shami, which means jihadi from Syria, holy warrior from Syria, murder a couple of Jews outside of a synagogue on their holy day. So could we have some consideration from you? And the answer is no.
Of course not.
the goodwill is not forthcoming from the Muslim community to the Jewish community, because the Muslim community views the Jewish community as an undertaking a genocide, whether you agree with that or not.
No. Again, this is all fluff. This is all ad hoc reasoning and justification. The Muslim community sees the Jewish community as a valid target because they are the prime kuffar. They are the permissible target and the preferred target for violence.
Goodwill is not forthcoming on their part. In fact, the unspoken words, "we got one of yours," are kind of hanging in the air at the moment. And so they are going to continue protesting. They are going to continue doing what they're doing. And they're not going to...
Fun fact, one of the injuries from that site was actually a cop hitting a bypasser or a bystander when he used his firearm. Which I guess, if you don't have a culture of using firearms, I guess there's a certain standard that's just never formed in your police force when they actually need to use their firearms.
To find themselves being very sympathetic to the Jewish position on whether they feel safe or not. The talking heads, the progressive thought leaders of both sides, are both saying the same thing, but you can tell the activists aren't feeling it. These groups hate each other, and they kind of want to have the fight. They think they are having the fight back in the...
I kind of disagree with that. That's going to be a hard disagree for me. I've never seen pain, Pecco. Pain to what? Oh, from your police force, not being able to use their own firearms when they're allowed to use them. Yeah, that's not great. But what I was saying, the Ashkenazi Jews are disgustingly peaceable, generally, from my interactions with them. If anything, they've, in my estimation, not taken very important lessons from the Holocaust in 1930s Germany. The Israelis are pain in general. That's true. The Israelis do a much better job because their threat salience is significantly sort of more present. So they do a better job of making sure that they are the meat and they are the teeth and not the meat, so to speak. So, no, I think that it's not that the two groups want to have it out. It's just that the Muslims are violent animals and the Jews just want to participate in society. That has been the overwhelming observation, not just in England, but pretty much everywhere, realistically. Like when you had, when October 7th happened, you had a flight. When October 7th happened, and then the sort of the hot phase of the initial invasion and the fighting had started, there were Muslim Dagestanis in Russia who thought that there was a flight of refugees coming in from Israel, so they started searching the flight for the Yehud. They're not British Muslims, they're just Muslims, and they hate the Jews because the Prophet tells them to hate the Jews, and that's all the reasoning they really need to do that. It's simple as. Thought you wouldn't trust the UK police with anything more than their pool noodle? Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Your country, and now they're here, they're continuing it on, and they have been for some time. And the problems are so deep. The problems genuinely run so deep. Like, have you ever looked into some of the things they teach in the mosques? Have you ever looked into some of the things that they actually say about the...
And now look at how much government money those mosques receive, and how much, just in terms of entitlements, does the British government pay to the people who both attend and run those mosques?
The people of this country, not just the Jewish community either. I don't think there's the political will to fix this problem. And so it will come down to one or the other. Keir Starmer keeps basically pledging fealty to each community depending on which day something has happened. He'll say, oh no, I'm with the Muslim community, I'm with the Jewish community, I'm with this, I'm with that. It's like, okay, but you can't actually placate all of these contradictory communities. When these communities have problems with one another, I'm afraid you kind of have to make a choice. It seems like the end of the multicultural project is coming about. They have significantly sidelined the native population. Like, we don't see native concerns represented in our politics. We don't see native concerns represented in our media. And the closest we get is them saying, you're not...
Oh, hey there, Rag. You had your headphones in and you thought, what the fuck happened to my voice and accent? Then you saw the... I used to be very slightly Anglophone. How are you doing, Rag? I haven't seen you in a while. You've missed quite a good chunk of us playing with guns, unfortunately, today. But the VOD is going to be... Oh, fuck it, I'll just show you. We have new iron sights on the carry Glock. And I've decided to not fuck with the grip just because the grip is so good, but I will be slapping a red dot eventually onto it. How are you doing, my man? I used to be very Anglophone when I was younger because, you know, sort of Cambridge born and not really raised, but still.
Allowed to care about immigration because that's racist. That is the closest we get.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
We can get a million people out in the streets, and they say, no, you're all racist. It's a racist march. If Nigel Farage comes out and says, look, I think we're going to end indefinite leave to remain because actually nobody asked for it and it's not really appropriate, that's a racist policy. The government denounces him. The media denounces him. And so all we're told is when the nativist position is raised in mainstream politics, you're bad people. Be quiet. Okay, well, the space is available to you. What are you going to do?
No, not a proper Brit. Different Cambridge, Rego. Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Desperately.
So, to New England.
Try and keep your coalition against the majority together in the face of two groups, and probably more, let's be honest, who hate one another and who don't feel safe in one another's presence, and for whom ideologues, probably on either side, let's be fair, are quite happy to use hard power against one another when and when.
So I have that colonial, a slight colonial nostalgia for the old country. No, I'm not a Cambridge boy. Not even, I don't think I've been once. Like, the furthest I've been out of London was probably Bath. Yeah, that's probably the farthest I've ever gone out of London.
They can, whether it's here or elsewhere. And so what is to be done? What are the options that we actually have? We have to make a choice. It turns out that, in fact,
burn London to the ground.
Dream of the multicultural project that everyone could just live side by side and everyone will just be completely happy, and none of the problems that occur when these groups are smushed together will manifest themselves here. Well, that's just not true. And it looks like the government is just losing control at this point.
So, funny story. One of my vintage kimonos I got from a thrift store in Bath. So when I went to Bath, there was a rain because it's England, and the shirt I was wearing got soaked. And I went into a thrift store just to get some kind of replacement clothing. And I found I had lots of Hawaiian shirts, but I wasn't quite that based yet. But I saw a vintage silk kimono on a hanger, and I can remember it to this day. I think I paid something like £32 for that thing. And yeah, it's a pretty well-preserved silk hand-stitched kimono. Well, it's a Haori to be specific, but still.
It doesn't have control of the
pubs. I'm not big into
pubs. It doesn't have
pubs.
control of its own client groups. And it doesn't have the proper sympathy that it would expect from those groups it's desperately trying to protect. This is not going to go on forever, is it? Or it's going to descend into something that's much more unpleasant. And I would rather it if it didn't descend into something that's much more unpleasant. I'd actually rather it if we could just be honest about what the problem is, And the actual way that it has to be resolved, we have to make a choice. Which one of the Middle Eastern communities are we actually committed to?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with classifying Jews as Middle Eastern. I'm sorry. It's not. The Ashkenazi Jews are just effectively white. They are just a tribe of European at this point. We've intermixed with European populations too much to even be properly Middle Eastern. The Sephardic Jews are a different conversation. Finding a vintage kimono there is wild? Well, there you go, I did.
Or this one. Because I don't think they're going to live harmoniously side by side. I think we have quite a lot of evidence of that.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world.
Let's see what's up next in our slop menu here real quick. Well, Australians lamenting gun control. That's cute. They want to call themselves Semites. They have to accept the association with the other Semitic people. No, that's fine. It's just that geographically, realistically, just, you know, Ashkenazi Jews have been most... To be fair, he's a New Zealander. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. There is absolutely no difference, no matter how much the Kiwis insist that there is one. You did come on to check because they're killing people out there. I appreciate the thought, Rag. I would say that not to worry, and I'm usually better off. Well, first of all, I am in an area where there are fewer crazies, and secondly, everyone has taken the cue to be more prepared and more armed. So I appreciate the thought. Thank you for checking in. Be assured in the knowledge that I am staying strapped and loaded. And I've also upped my range time to make sure that I am extra crispy with my carry gun, which is the reason why I actually slapped a new new night sights on my gun, and why I've decided to put a red dot on it as well. But I hope you're also staying safe, brother.
The real reason governments ban weapons is not to protect its citizenry.
Hear, hear.
Okay, and we're going to give multiple examples which I feel expose this reality. The actual real reason governments ban weapons is to stop their citizenry from being able to resist them.
Pretty much.
Kinda.
No, I 100% think that is it.
I may have a different take on that.
Really?
Because, for example, let's just take our country. We don't, like, the only thing that we could actually feasibly fight against our government with is guns. We don't have them anyway. So what really...
You don't have them anymore. Australians in New Zealand. Well, first of all, New Zealand, you can have guns in New Zealand, just not just significantly, in a very diminished capacity. It's mostly limited by environmental laws, from what I understand. But New Zealanders and Australians were disarmed relatively recently, like back in the 80s.
Real problem do we have? The actual thing is, when governments ban things, a lot of the average citizen, they're in support of it, man. They're idiots. I'm going to straight up say it. No.
Again, not wrong. I think it's the other way around. The intellectual majority is the opinions. The majority, the average layperson, is very much like a woman, meaning that they will adopt the opinions of whoever has dicked them down the best in the past week. We're all good watching things unfold the way the way I thought is a new feeling. Yeah.
I will straight up say it. When they banned machetes recently, there were different, like, this is good. Yes, we need to get rid of these things. And then, don't get me wrong.
Wait, they banned machetes in New Zealand? Like, in a tropical country where the nature actively tries to kill you all of the time? That's not a...
There's a contingency of society, like, yeah, logically this doesn't make sense, but a lot of the average people are like, yes, we don't need them anyway. What do we need swords for? What do we need these weapons for? And this happens all the time. And there are people in the comments who do this as well. They go, there's no reason why you need a sword. There's no reason why you need this thing.
There is, first of all, the reason is, fuck you, no. But the motivation is that I don't need a reason as a free person to own something. To ask for permission via reasoning is slave mentality. It's wild because that dude is wearing a whole sword. I assume these are blunted Hema swords. Or there's some kind of special permitting process. How can you even ban machetes? Rag, they've banned those in England. Machetes are effectively outlawed in England, but I mean, how in terms of utility? How do you actually police that? Not well is the answer.
It's the people, bro.
I think you have a bit of a point in terms of there's too much support from people who don't understand these things. But going back to the government wanting to disarm its own citizens so they can control them better, it's not just like, would we need guns to wage an insurrection, which I'm not encouraging, right? But if a civil war broke out, right?
Man, if house prices don't come down, we'll see.
How can it be enforced? I mean, the same way as the drug trade is enforced. Like, you find someone in possession of a prohibited item, and you throw the book at them for that. It's generally how that goes. Not saying it's right to do, but that's how it's typically done in practical terms.
Side I'm on.
If something really bad happens and, you know, the citizenry needed to resist against the government, you're right. We wouldn't be able to do anything if we don't have guns. That's why they're banned, in my opinion. But in terms of going further to ban other weapons like swords, body armor and things like that.
Well, that's incrementalism, because they understand that they can't stop at doing a thing. Because rather, it's not no, incrementalism is something different. This is maintaining momentum. But people just carry on with the longer knives. Yeah, what he just said, pretty much. What was I saying? It's a question of retaining momentum. They understand that once they stop, it's a combination of two things, actually. First of all, it's maintaining momentum. It is not allowing the other side to advocate to get those rights back, because they can't allow themselves to cede ground. Where is that fucking piece? I'm not seeing a flat 2-pointer anywhere. You need to look for it. That's one component of it. The other component of it is, as the governance logic becomes more and more female, they adopt that sort of longhouse brand of safetyism. That basically states that if we ban all of the things that I personally find scary, then the world will become a safer place, which is like a provable fallacy. But why are you trying to explain logic to a woman? How can you actually fight against an organized military? You can, depending on what material is available to you. So, with so little firepower, guerrilla warfare is fucking scary, and you can manufacture firepower once you need to, if you need to. Look at the Taliban. Again, the Taliban is a good example in this particular point. You see, the problem with the Taliban is that the US military never actually tried to just flat out eradicate them. And they were also very intermixed with the sort of quote-unquote peaceable local population. If the objective was to just flatten Afghanistan and then build a Buc-ee's there, the Taliban couldn't have done shit. And I guess in the scenario of a civil war, it's going to be very similar, because the standing military isn't just going to go city to city and just depopulating it wholesale while hunting for militant groups. No, they're going to try to chase a mosquito with a sledgehammer, and the Taliban is not the people of Afghanistan. The Taliban is an organization. I understand that, no, Terry, but the thing is that they were intermixed with the people in Afghanistan. It was very they had stealth on their side. It was very difficult to pick them out and find their networks and their assets. Oh, sure. But the logic is still the same. Like, the Taliban, for the purpose of the comparison, yes, the Taliban is a militant group that operates in a territory that you're trying to control. Most of you would be dominated by some local criminals. Okay, there's a big conversation going here. Just a second, let me... It's called a complete lack of imagination. Let me catch up with chat. Rag, I'm not understanding the larger point. There's either I'm not understanding what you're trying to juxtapose or what. I think Americans in particular are a pretty hardened people, the majority of them, especially along the South. Like, having interacted with a lot of group of dedicated fighters in a homeland who loves them, not a few dudes with guns in suburbia. You'd be surprised how dense American suburbia is with people who are very hardline patriots who dedicate a lot of time to training. Like, the statistic that Americans own more, that there are more guns in America than people, has to be sort of slanted by the fact that 80% of those guns are in Texas, Arizona, Florida, and possibly Nevada. How do you fight back against the strongest military in the world? Well, first of all, in an attempt to actually use the military, like in a domestic scenario, not so. If the scenario that the Democrats are trying to tell us is happening and is not actually happening, a lot of that military would defect. And we do have a gigantic cohort of either former military or military trained people who are also well armed and sometimes better trained than the organized military. Surprisingly easy. Multiple nations have succeeded at this point. Succeeded at what? Oh, at fighting organized militaries? Again, fighting organized militaries, like, the problem is a standing military and its doctrines are designed against a known military force. Like, for example, let's take well, most of the Gulf campaigns. Like, whenever the US had to deal with a standing military, it wasn't even a fight. It was just a beating. Because there's a known quantity of enemy combatants, they have infrastructure, they have known headcounts, they have uniforms. You find them and you kill them. It's different when your potential opposition is interlaced with the sort of asset. Oh, there's the two-parter. It's in the smaller baggie. When your combatants are interlaced with the supposedly peaceable population that is also, by the way, an asset that you can't just wholesale purge along with the enemy. Again, no nation has really beaten the US in the last 200 years. That's also a thing that has to be considered. Yes, and you're in a civil war scenario, your opponents are also part of the assets that you're seeking to acquire. Exactly. Joke nations have multiple coups. Beating the world's most powerful military? No, that's the thing, Digby. No one's beaten... Again, beating a military means that you inflict such horrific and acute losses that they are incapable of continuing operations. Not that they've decided to not go scorched earth on your ass and glass your entire fucking country and decided that it's probably better to just leave instead. You understand that beating someone requires depriving them of the ability to continue, not them deciding that you're not worth the effort or the trouble. That is not cope, Digby. That is the literal definition of defeat. In order to defeat someone, defeating someone is not them deciding that you're not worth bothering with. Like, the reason the US had to leave Vietnam was, on the one hand, a lobby of actual fucking communists in the federal government, and not wanting to start a hot war with the Chinese and the Soviets, who were intermixed with the Viet Cong quite densely, by proxy basically providing them cover. The US wasn't able to properly bomb Viet Cong airfields because there were Chinese consultants on those airfields, which realistically should have been just wholesale ignored. Like, what the fuck is China going to do? Oh, you are bomb our consultant. Okay, and? Have you considered crying about it? Yeah, exactly. America doesn't lose, it moves on. Within the U.S., the issue is that moment it happens, the only territory they possess ever is any given U.S. military base. They need food. They do not have it without going out. Yep, pretty much. They rely on sort of existing civilian infrastructure that they do not control. Mm-hmm. So maybe a few guys like me every 1,000 rebels. No, I'd say I'm on the lower. I'm definitely on the lower end in terms of the actual useful combat capabilities compared to. Listen, I go out and I intermix with like proper fucking gun people. Maybe my perspective is slanted because of like the circles that I've started to hang with, but I have a lot of service area with veterans who are very active in the military scene. Like, you can't throw a rock in Austin, Texas, of all places, like, which is essentially fucking San Francisco, Texas. There are former or intermittently employed SF guys everywhere. You got high speed guys running training courses. Like, I can go and get professional grade training with any platform of my choice from like 5 different places just in Austin. They would have upped the lead content of the toys they sold to us, fair and true, real and true. No, I think that, well, first of all, the majority of any population is useless by definition. But I think that places, interesting enough, like California, because of the density of military bases there, Austin is far from Colorado Springs in terms of veteran density. Yes, that's what I was about to bring up. Not only that, South California has a gigantic density of veterans there. Because, you know, not San Francisco, fuck. I'm blanking on the name of the city. Shit, the shipbuilding port. Fuck. Some retarded California name. Soldiers don't want to fight their own people. Yeah. I think any resistance against the U.S. military is not really feasible unless, like I say, most of them defect. It's not only that. Again, we are a population that is very unpleasant to try to subdue because we're fucking armed to the teeth. And you only need so many armed and angry people taking potshots at you from like 1,000 miles away. Like, again, I am on the lower end in terms of combat capability and subject-specific training. I am currently building a 5.56 rifle with a capability to reach out up to 1 kilometer with good, consistent accuracy. And I'm doing that just for shits and giggles. There are actual people who are well trained to use that kind of hardware. You need to understand that we're very good at pumping out rangers and snipers and green berets and other high-speed cool guys who are very scary with their primary hardware. But yeah, as I was saying, there are areas with extremely high densities of veterans. And when we say veterans, they aren't like old decrepit dudes. No, these are dudes in their prime. They're in their mid-30s that have their VA checks and, you know, a lot of very good subject matter training. The military would have to immediately retake The Cheyenne Mountain, the most important U.S. Air Force facility in North America, is manned by people who have their own thoughts and opinions. That when I say armed military things, I think targets to kill, and it's over. That's the thing. Targets to kill how? You need to operationalize that. They can't just, point in a... Again, we're going back to the fact that militias are difficult to fight because they are very well interlaced with the population. You don't know where the armed people are because the armed people are fucking everywhere, and you don't have specifics. You don't have the capability of knowing, well, these 5 people have guns and the other 10 don't, because we don't have a gun registry. That's the reason why we don't have a gun registry, so that the government never has the ability to go and trace who is armed and preemptively disarm them. The basic people can resist the greatest military. Again, the greatest military can't rely on its strengths on domestic soil. That's the thing. The strength of the U.S. military is combined arms and logistics. What the fuck are you gonna do with combined arms in America? Like, for example, you have to take Central Texas, which is like the loose area between San Antonio, Austin, and fucking Waco. First of all, there's mostly nothing but deserts here. They've had a not so jolly time doing that last time in a very similar area. Second of all, they need to retain the targets on the military side are actually well known and readily available to the population to hit, because we all know where the bases are. We know the 3 Air Force bases in San Antonio. We know the National Army Reserve base here in Austin. Like, these are known places. They are a known quantity. They don't know who is going to be taking potshots at them from a fucking water tower 2 kilometers away. And they don't really have, like, what are they going to do? Impose air superiority over Austin to do fucking what? Okay, you have you have full air denial. What now? You're gonna move a fucking tank column into the city, into urban combat? Good luck. Let me introduce you to my friend. Commercial FPV drones with explosive payloads. I'm describing combatants embedded in civilians. Rag, that's our population. That's America as a people. We are combatants embedded in a civilian population. That's the thing. They poison your food, they taint your fuel, they sabotage your roads, and you need them. Yeah, exactly. Take Gaza, for example, extreme, perhaps a solution for enemies embedded. Yeah, sure, Rag, but they have to flatten the city for that. That's the thing. Gaza is the only example of where a standing military has had at least some degree of success in fighting an entrenched militant group that is sort of interlaced with the civilian population. And they have to flatten the entire fucking region for that. No. Here's the thing, though, Terry. Even in hunting for Hamas, who are the official authority of Gaza, but who use civilians as proactive cover, despite, yes, actually being a very distinct group from the civilian population, they can still hunt them by flattening the entire region. Why wouldn't a hypothetical U.S. tyrannical government do the same thing? Because the U.S. Army does not see its own cities as an enemy combatant, because those civilians were not pelting them with Qassam rockets for the last 50 years. Like, there's a degree of animus that you need. Like, U.S. civilians weren't dragging service members away through tunnels to desecrate their bodies. U.S. civilians aren't constantly taking hostages from the military population. Yeah, you just lose a city with its entire output. Like, Gaza is only a resource to Hamas and no one the fuck else. I'm also not assembling this correctly. So there is no loss in terms of resource availability for the IDF or in their supply lines if they bomb the hell out of every piece of Gaza, because they rely on their domestic infrastructure and their domestic supply lines. You can't conquer the territory that you're also relying on for your material support. Yeah, you're basically cutting the branch that you're sitting on. Easy to rebuild and it's really not, Rag. It's so easy to repopulate that most of the West is actively struggling with maintaining their decreasing populations. It's really not. Like, here's the thing. You're describing a scenario where we're overtaken by just an entirely foreign government. Like, an entirely foreign government has installed itself in the White House, I guess, and has gained control of our military, of all three branches of them. Excuse me, all four of them, actually. And has decided that it is now going to execute a full replacement of the American population by way of conquest. There was a reason why we brought Halliburton to Iraq. They're the only corporate conglomerate on the planet capable of rebuilding an entire country. Saying it's you versus you, what does that mean? Yeah, and those cities are also not as large as complex as US cities. And they also barely did that because, I don't know, Iraq doesn't seem to be well off. They seem to be in a bit of a... not in a great state. Not really a thriving urban center. Foreigners and the government, they would be killing traitors. No, Rag, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you can't really have that scenario of all-out war in a domestic setting for the reasons that I've outlined. Like, the only way where the military would be an open, hot conflict against urban population, well, urban and rural population, against the larger populations. Like, the only scenario that we can imagine where DC, with its control over, very specifically, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and probably the Coast Guard, would be in open war against the rest of the country in order to subdue what they deem to be traitors. But then you will also have the National Guard, which is an army in and of itself that is instantly not going to go along with that. Yes, there you go. Like, if you flatten a city, you sort of lose the rest of the country as well. Yes, sending the military to U.S. cities isn't pointless, it's suicidal. Because urban combat is the fastest way to lose your fight, to lose your personnel and a lot of equipment too. Like, the Russians had to learn that the hard way recently. The Tennessee National Guard, a peer force, by the way, is trained specifically to fight the U.S. military at large. Yeah, they do oppositional force training all of the time as part of their core training. What are those guys doing in D.C. and wherever else the military went? Well, Rag, here's the thing. The military actually didn't go anywhere. The National Guard in DC is currently performing a supplementary policing action. Like, all they do, they don't even enact any law enforcement. They just stand there menacingly. Same as they did when the Democrat governor, Katie Hochul, asked for the New York National Guard to go and patrol the subways. They're actually not doing anything. They're not establishing control over infrastructure. They're not fighting an oppositional force. They just stand there. The difference with, for example, with Portland is that federal forces are very specifically securing just federal buildings. Is there a point to it, Dem or Republican? There is, because National Guard presence usually supplements what the local police isn't able to do in terms of patrol presence. It's basically just there to scare criminals into not committing violent crime with, you know, sort of people in uniform watching. It's as primitive as that in the case of DC and New York. In the case of Portland or California, it was all around immigration enforcement. So all the National Guard did, and I don't believe the National Guard even ended up going to California, if I recall correctly. But all they do is guard federal buildings in order to enable ICE to do their job. So they're just there supporting a law enforcement agency. They're not fighting a hot war against anyone. Police can just get more police, right? No, not really, because in order to get more police, you need to put people through a training and hiring process. And a lot of our police, I'll remind you, were defunded in 2021 because a drug addict had an overdose while he was being stopped by police, and for some reason, you know, we had to burn down our cities. You can't just spawn a police officer out of a creation queue. Like, they need to go through a training process, and they also require, first of all, training them is expensive, and keeping them on staff is expensive. So if you need to acutely increase or reinforce your existing police force, you will draw from a state's National Guard. Why are reservists involved in that? What do you mean? National Guard Reserve? Well, because they're National Guard Reserve. They're not Police Reserve. The police doesn't have a reserve. The police has their regular staff. People who pass the police academy, who receive their certifications, and then can enroll to do work. I am losing track of the pieces I'm building. Is this the piece I'm building? Fuck, just a second. I am lost. This goes here, other way around. Yes, this goes here. Okay. You look nothing... Oh, that's because I'm missing 2 bricks. Can they just do that, what you say? Wait. Can't they just do what I was saying and just as easily resist the National Guard? Well... First of all, what are they supposed to resist? Because the National Guard isn't doing anything. Is that literally from scratch? What do you mean? Police training? Yes, police training is usually done from scratch. It's done from, like, you need to do that training new. I am missing something here. Yeah, the height is wrong. Oh, that's because I'm supposed to have 2 black flats here. Right, we're on a delay, so you're going to have to be more... Oh, the thing I'm making is a Lego set. Like, it's hardly from scratch. It's more like I'm assembling a thing. Okay, what are we looking at here? 2 front-facing bricks. My options were jigsaw puzzle or Legos, so chat voted Legos. Because, you know, like, the chat reflects the streamer, and apparently all present companies just man children. The National Guard aren't doing anything. Well, they're guarding federal buildings from attack, but they're not currently exercising offensive action within city limits. No, so for the purposes of taking over a country, yes, I would say that the National Guard isn't doing anything, because that's not why they're deployed. Why would you resist the people fighting the ones trying to kill you? The National Guard, who's getting killed? Well, conservatives. Well, not even that. Not conservatives. That's a misnomer. I would say everyone who's not a revolutionary communist is currently experiencing threat of injury or grave bodily harm in one context or another. Like, all the National Guard is doing is enabling ICE to carry out enforcement actions, be it sorry, I need to fix my sitting cushion. Be it swiping up people who are not supposed to be in the country and deporting them, people who have open deportation orders, or executing hits on Tren de Aragua or MS-13. So that is actually an entrenched militia group for all effects and purposes, but it's an invading militia group, and they are having significant success with them because the population is not on their side.
That is also to make them...
I do think you have a point with body armor.
Thank you. I'm going to get to body armor, right? That is there specifically so it's easier to police the people as well. Because police, they should be, and I would like to say in most instances in Australia, are reluctant to go to the lethal
Where the fuck
measures.
does this go?
They will try and subdue them non-lethally. But as soon as that person has a weapon or something like that, subduing them non-lethally is, even for police, much more difficult.
Sure.
It's harder, and sometimes tasers and pepper spray do not work, all right? Now, I'm more of the opinion, if someone is threatening a police officer or someone in the real world with lethal threat, lethal force, with a knife or anything like that, that justifies using lethal force to subdue them, all right? And I think more power should be given to the police officers in that case, and not disarming the regular citizen from being able to defend themselves when police aren't around.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. We're just using our country as an example. I mean, it's very similar all over, you know, like Canada, the UK. I don't know about Canada, actually.
It seems to be a problem that just affects the Commonwealth uniquely.
The UK, I know it's similar. So this obviously doesn't really apply to Americans very much. But in our country, you cannot carry...
I would say it applies to Americans in the sense that we should use the Commonwealth as a cautionary tale as to why you never give them an inch. You never agree to give up your weapons, because once you do, you become a soft target for the Longhouse.
Anything for the explicit purpose of self-defense. Now, that doesn't technically mean you can't carry things that would be considered weapons, but it's contextual. For example...
I know, the law is so dumb.
It's ridiculous. I can carry a knife explicitly for the purpose of, like, work and stuff, because you need it at work or whatever it may be, but I can't carry a knife for the reason of self-defense. So if I got stopped by the police and the police are like, hey, you got a license for that, mate, or whatever it may be, it's like, well, if I say it's for work purposes, I'm on my way to work, blah, 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 everything's all cool, everything's all good. But if I say it's to defend myself.
Why do you need to defend yourself? Just call the police? Why would you need the police and just let them take your stuff? Yeah, pretty much. If someone has a knife, just fuck them, knock them out. That is... Rag. Again, in theory, knock them out with a bullet, I say. Or are you presenting a facetious other side argument? I think Rag is presenting a facetious other side argument here. I believe that was ironic, sort of to match your tempo there, No Terry.
That's
you're in trouble.
No, you're in trouble.
And if you can't explain your possession of something that is considered a weapon with a reasonable excuse to have it, they will charge you for it. To break this down, just so you can understand how dumb our self-defense laws are in Victoria, Australia, you are only allowed to use equivalent force against...
Wait. You are actually dead-ass saying that, Rag? Why be scared of a knife? Are you for real? When you see... He's pointing... Rag, I appreciate the gumption, but there is absolutely no scenario where you will come out unscathed from an interaction with someone with a knife unless you have matching or overwhelming force. The first lesson they teach you in dealing with knife attacks is that You just need to come to grips with the fact that you will be cut. The difference is that you may be cut. You're going to either be cut in a controlled and non-life-threatening way, or you're going to get gutted. That's sort of day one. That's day one knife defense that they teach you in any effective system. Continuing on from that, the only way where a hand-to-hand response, yeah, a cut is not so bad, especially if you control the circumstances when you're cut. If you're cut like on the other side, the outer side of your hands, or if it's superficial surface level cuts, yes. That's manageable, but there is a lot of training that goes into being able to enforce that. Like you need to be significantly better trained than the person wielding the knife, and that is just a variable that you really can't control. The presence of a weapon is always an advantage. They aren't going to be extreme knife master level supreme lord of knives. They don't have to be. All they have to do is to disrupt your stomach cavity. You've never met a self-defense teacher that isn't more scared of a knife than a gun? I wouldn't say that. They are different threat levels for sure. That's the thing, Rag. You're presenting a very niche case. And maybe that niche case is sort of most present in most situations. But a knife is always a force multiplier. Any weapon is always a force multiplier. Like, here's the thing. The problem with a knife versus any kind of sort of hand scenario is that it's significantly easier to create space and inflict damage with a knife. If I am producing a knife for the purpose of being threatening, there is a reactionary gap that a trained person can use. If I am producing a knife for the purpose of inflicting damage, which a lot of the criminal element, especially the more habitual criminal element, is going to default to, if they live in a more permissive environment, such as, the failed state of the UK or Chirac, they are going to sooner just produce a weapon in order to injure you and incapacitate you, rather than negotiate with you through presenting a knife. You're breathing a sigh of relief that you're seeing a knife instead of a gun? Again, apples and oranges in my estimation. I think both, like, being unarmed in any situation where the opposition is a bad place to be, and you generally don't want to find yourself in that situation. Depends also on the gun. Long guns in close quarters, like ass puckering, but not unmanageable. Yeah, if they mean to hurt you, you will not see the knife. That is also true. I am short of a piece here for some reason. This keeps happening. Hopefully I didn't drop it on myself or off the desk. I'm looking for a 2-slaughter with like the single upside hole. Oni Dojo, do you see a piece that resembles that? Never mind, I found it. How do you win back a country if you can't take it to a few step rag? That is a retarded argument. I'm sorry. I'm not going to mince words with you. Like, you should know better. Yes, there is a readiness to bleed. It's not a question of I'm not willing to take a couple of stabs. It's that in a self-defense situation, I want to have the best tools available for my disposal because I'm not going to gamble with my life. Which is why I have a gun. Which is when I lived in non-permissive environments and non-permissive countries, I had a knife on me. Because a weapon is always a force multiplier. I am always going to be concerned if if a knife is presented in a hostile manner, because that means that's a problem that I have to deal with. It's not about just knocking a person out, because it is that much more difficult. Like, I implore you, my guy, do some force-on-force training in a controlled and safe environment against someone, like, roughly your size. Your go-to example in those kinds of cases is the vape shop robbery. Homie didn't know the guy ever had a knife until he was already being worked on 4 seconds from the incapacitation. That was a lovely video. That was just fantastic work. I'll deck some points for it being a karambit because all karambits are cringe. Yes, and a knife you know how to use is a good weapon. Safe environment, your size. Those would have been amazing options. What, is everyone smaller than you? Are you such a built gigantic unit that you just dwarf everyone around you? Do you not have several siblings? Here's the thing, Rag. I understand that you have exposure to the special sauce of of the third world, and I'm not discounting your experience. But I think that the blasé attitude of, oh, he's just an idiot waving around a knife, sets you up for failure. I prefer to assume that my opponent is always competent, and he should be treated as a very real and very present threat who deserves all of my effort to stop him. So, like, I'm not about to introduce sporting interest into a self-defense engagement. I'm sorry, if I am being attacked, that means you have chosen death. Uh, 31, there's definitely a stuck page here. Okay, there it is. That one guy in the UK mall had his knife visible, and the guy who confronted him got one in the neck and an 11-second deadline on living. Yep. Yeah, fuck them up straight away. There you go. See, like, I don't understand the line of argumentation. Just knock him out, bruh. A very easy way to test that is you can take a piece of softish rubber. Again, you're a man of means. You should be able to source a rubber knife. Cover the edge in lipstick and hand it to one of your siblings with an instruction to cut you, and just see how much red they can put on you. That's a very good training method and a very good reality check. Again, having a gun or having a knife is not panacea. You don't think we're getting each other? I think you're probably describing like a very specific sort of edge case here. And I am coming from a perspective of a serious of treating every threat with the maximum effort. Or if you're trying to make a different point, please tell me. I think that any presentation of violence or any threat of violence warrants it being stopped with what we refer to as immediate violence of action. You produce the most effective stopping measure that you have, and you eliminate the threat as fast as possible. Like, again, I've taken knives from people. I know it's not impossible to do. It's just that those were circumstances where it wasn't entirely appropriate for me to knock their teeth out or if you're better and the knife wielder most likely is, then you take them out. Rag, again, are you willing to bet your life on that? Because I sure as fuck am not. I don't know. Again, I live in Austin. There are lots of very, very scary, well-trained people around here. Like, my default assumption, if I again, I don't end up in petty confrontations in social context because I just don't go where the violent assholes are. But in Austin, I think it should be very scary to cause beef because, well, pretty much we have an above sort of standard, above expected concentration of people who are very well trained in grappling and ground game. We have a disproportionately large population of very well trained MMA fighters. And in addition to that, we also have a high concentration of very well trained SF people who are also usually armed. Like, no one around here fucks around because finding out is right around the corner. My unnamed, unarmed civvy for reference. I don't know what you said there, Notary. What do you mean CV? CV is in civilian or curriculum vitae? Not the situation you faced in the UK. The UK, again, the UK is a very niche example. In the UK, most of the people brandishing knives are going to be urban youths who do so in the process of robbery. Yes, your typical doctor and aspiring engineer in London is going to present a knife for the purpose of trying to rob you. They're not going to have access to the actually effective knives. And they, most of the time, they still probably just prefer to rob you rather than kill you. So they're not really exerting realistic effort there. But that is a very niche situation that I think is not going to last long, even in London. I mean, you already have people who just cut wristwatches off, which is why you're not recommended to wear sort of recognizably expensive wristwatches on high streets anymore. Like, you have people who have the willingness to just exert overwhelming violence up front instead of imposing threats. And even then, like, even in the context of dealing with someone who's just threatening me with a knife for the purpose of robbery, no, fuck him. He's getting 3 around the heart. I'm sorry, my guy, I do not have the time of day for you. I have a wife and aging parents who depend on me. I'm not here to make it fair. I'm here to make sure that I walk away from the situation that you've imposed on me. And if you end up in the body bag as a result, that's the skill issue. The latter? What were you referring to, Notary? Listen, there are at least 2 of you in chat, and I'm also attempting a Lego set. Please speak in complete sentences, because the streamer has streamer brain. Just, if it popped up, you know, what you would do might die, but it is what it is. See, I like, how should I put this? As a math Jew, even though I am bad at math, at least by the standard of my people, I kind of like to have very strong, probabilistic, I like to have a high probability of survival in the situations I offer. I like to game theory my shit to make sure that I metagame it correctly. You'd love to do that, but they just get a slap now. Well, yeah, to be fair, you can't really, again, we're talking about, like, if we're talking about London-specific context, it's a Lego set. You thought it was a knife or a gun, so we already did the gun stuff. We started with the gun stuff. Well, I mean, this is sort of a gun. It's like a little model kit that we worked on today. Yeah, we're just moving on to a Lego set. We're gradually regressing as the stream goes forward. Just a second. Sorry, Oni wife is asking me to participate in a Pokemon Go raid. I'm just gonna do that in the background while we discuss. Yeah, but today, so I know that we've sort of abandoned the premise, but the premise is that we're doing a hand cam stream with the VTuber model hands instead of my own hands. This is definitely a work in progress, but you know, something to work on. Okay, I am not doing this correctly. Is this the correct wedge? This is supposed to wedge into here. Okay. We already worked on a gun today. We started with installing night sights onto my carry gun. I am stupid. That piece doesn't go here. There you go. All right, short end towards the plates, right? How do I align this, though? Work in progress for real, like my regular hands? Oh, you like the regular hands? Well, I've received complaints that my regular hands aren't as red as the model. So what I am trying to do is a bit of a niche exercise, I would say. Just a second. I'm just gonna hop into that raid real quick. And gonna have my party pulled up. That one. Sorry, we have a Mega Metagross raid day, so she's asking me to participate. So, if we're going by Japanese VTuber standards, it's generally considered a poor form to show any recognizable flesh because it sort of violates kayfabe expectations. Because when you're engaging with a VTuber, you kind of want to be immersed in the fiction of what the VTuber presents as. And to be fair, I've not been doing a great job in terms of maintaining kayfabe. That is a failing that I will probably try to remedy in the future with something like a soft rebrand, maybe. At some point, I will probably transform into Koromaru Bosatsu as opposed to retaining the sort of proper, just full-on Buddhist Oni kayfabe. But then again, I wouldn't be able to talk about news and current events fully in kayfabe. It requires more acting that I am capable of doing consistently. Again, something to probably look into and work on. Or I just need to write out my lore that I am a red Buddhist demon, a Buddhist Hell Oni who just happens to live in Texas. For why? Don't bother about that. But yeah, the thing is that because my VTuber model is a bright red Oni, then I need to... I try to make the content as internally congruent as possible. Yep, just a second. How far does it go? What do you mean? Kayfabe thing sounds pretty mental. I mean, again, you say you don't watch too much VTubers, but generally it's like a character people play, which is I think that's the correct way of doing VTubing, and I just recognize that is a shortfall of mine. And I actually prefer when people do like nice, consistent, hard kayfabe, like the Hololive girls. Basically, I think the Hololive girls strike a very good balance in terms of, you know, being mostly genuine people, I mean, as genuine as women can be, but at the same time, sort of providing a consistent fiction for the character to exist in. Motherfucker. You've decided your lore? You're an undead who doesn't realize he was killed in Mogadishu? You could play around that. That's definitely lore that you can try fleshing out. So hypothetically, I had that conversation on a basket weaving forum once, but the point of Kuromaru as a character is that he pursues excellence in all forms of combat, and because of that, I'm not supposed to wedge that in here. Goddamn. So, and as part, like, in the build-up, I would have only had exposure to sort of traditional martial arts means of training. So now I am extremely impressed with firearms and modern nutrition tech. Is that the right one? Did I punch out the right one? Yes, I think I did. God fucking damn you. Just a second, I'm trying to catch a raid boss. Ugh. Yeah, it's a basket weaving form. The underwater type. All right, I'm going to let the video roll as to not create silences while I'm catching
What
a
force
Pokemon.
is being used against you?
You son of a bitch.
So if someone tries to attack you with their fists and you grab out a knife, you will be charged for defending yourself with a knife because you're using excessive force against this person who might still be trying to kill you with their bare fists, but that doesn't justify you doing it. And so you're only allowed to grab anything within your vicinity that equates to the similar level of force being used against you. And if you just so happen to have a knife on you for a legitimate, lawful reason, and someone attacks you with a knife, then you are allowed to use the knife for your own defense. That's how the logic works, and it's retarded, because the truth is, if someone is threatening you with lethal intent, regardless of what tools they have, you should be allowed to use whatever tools and means you have to defend yourself completely. That's the truth that should...
Russia actually has a very similar logic in their self-defense laws, and that's why every time I hear that, I can just smell the communist on it. Is that why I abused you in Tekken instead of teaching you like you asked? You never asked, well, you've asked to be taught, like, you know, sort of in general. You've never actually submitted yourself to a coaching session. I'm more than happy to teach you. I mean, to the extent that I'm happy to play Tekken 8, which is, you know, not very happy right now, but it's not like I'm gatekeeping knowledge from you.
Exist about sanctity of life and protecting yourself. How does it feel? Government is retarded.
Returned.
And they don't
back.
think that way. They do not want you to be able to protect yourself adequately. In fact, they don't want you to be able to protect yourself at all. They want the police to be able to do that, even though the police rarely will get there in time to protect you.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
Police response
we also get a lot
times
of interesting
are
comments
always
on videos like these from people who haven't experienced, how to describe this, haven't experienced...
What, a life or death situation?
Yeah. Growing up in, let's say, violent areas, violence is very common. Violence is also super common in ways that you wouldn't expect, even if you're not looking for violence and things like that. There's lots of street etiquette, if we want to put it that way. Let's just say if you go to the wrong area at the wrong time and literally look at someone.
Tekken teacher who taught you
It's
by
on
beating
site,
the
man.
shit out of you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's definitely
this is
not
one of
me.
I bring this up because a lot of people mention in a couple of our other videos, they're like, in Western countries we're safe, but it's like
No.
in a lot of areas.
In some areas, but not. No, that is not a universal by any means.
But not everywhere, right?
Here's the thing. I think that saying that if you're in an area where something is unlikely to happen, you are quote unquote safe from anything bad happening ever is it's very female brain. It's a conclusion that you can arrive to if you don't really understand how statistics work. Just a second, I'm going to tell the... There we go. What was I saying? It's very female brain because examining statistics is yucky and and gives them the ick, but they think that if an area is generally safe, then nothing bad can ever happen there, which is, again, female brain. It's like telling them that it's like telling someone that the average height of a woman is 5'4", and they reply with, "But I'm 5'6", though."
Violence is just part and parcel of the human experience.
And therefore, needing to defend yourself is a natural reality of life. And I think it is evil that governments want to try and restrict, and do restrict, the sovereign individual's right to defend themselves and their family. They would rather you be defenceless, because you're not allowed to carry a weapon for the purpose of self-defense in Victoria, Australia. So they would rather, that is the government saying, they would rather you be utterly defenceless against the violent, murderous criminal, right?
Would the opposite of what apply? This over analyzing statistic, not moving to a place because it's a shithole full of crime. Not really. Again, like, statistics are good to inform large decisions, but that means that you also still need to. They don't exclude the necessity for contingencies, because an area is relatively safe means that it's safe most of the time except that one time. So it means that you are less likely to need your contingencies, but you still need to have those contingencies, as opposed to living in a bad area where those contingencies are going to see a lot more frequent use. I think that women are generally okay with understanding sort of general trends. That, well, this is not a safe area, maybe I don't want to be there. Just because it's safe doesn't mean that you turn your brain off. Exactly, there you go. The town you grew up in was never hit by a tornado. We still knew that what to do if a tornado showed up. Yeah, basically. Like, you don't burn your kitchen every other week, but you still have a fire extinguisher in your... Fuck. That doesn't go there. It goes here. Am I being uniform in my things? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Fuck. Goes here, right? Yes, okay. One more. Actually fucking fighting for my life with a Lego set. I actually need to restock on my MREs, because usually I'll stock up before a cold season just in case we have another freeze over. The temperatures themselves are fine, but like, if the roads freeze and no one fucking knows how to drive on frozen roads, you're generally going to end up in a situation where, well, you just can't get groceries. Well, then again, I can walk to my HEB. Which I typically do, but then again, the HEB still has to, you know, actually have supplies in. Come on. One significant downside of the chroma key gloves is that they are not very conducive to manipulating small parts. And they're also very slippery. There's barely any grip. Well, because, you know, textile gloves.
Right? Than to be able to protect yourself against that criminal. That is evil. And
Now,
to the...
I just want to bring up another point. And the reason why we know it's this, right? Maybe like we could say, you're wrong, Shad. Everything you said is just wrong. The problem is that even non-lethal things are still illegal.
Exactly.
So pepper spray, for example, in our country is completely illegal. And
you burn your fingers lighting your tobacco pipe? Oni Dojo, point and laugh, he smokes, cringe and gay. I'm sorry, you're getting your balls exploded. Hurts like a bitch. Have you considered not smoking a pipe?
Violent happenings as of late, and usually when something happens, there's kind of a little bit of a renewed push to like, hey, maybe we should legalize pepper spray for people to be able to defend them, especially women, right?
Yes.
People who are a bit more vulnerable to these sorts of things. But nope, pepper spray, tasers, they are all illegal. Non-lethal stuff is illegal too.
That's exactly where I was going to go to next, because the examples...
What would even be the fucking logic of outlawing pretty milquetoast self-defense tools. And I know that California also does, which is, you know, you don't need to convince me that California is a fucking failed state. It's very sophisticated. You're getting a call? Well, take your call and come back.
That I mentioned at the beginning of this video that really, to me, prove the intent behind these laws is to make the citizens more vulnerable and easier to either police or suppress, right? Is the fact that in certain countries, Victoria, Australia being a primary example, they have banned non-lethal, even defensive items that would not be able to be used effectively in criminality, like body armor.
Yeah.
Like someone wearing body armor, that will not help them necessarily be able to rob someone. It'll make it more difficult to stop someone, you know. In this week's exclusive episode, Tyrant and I take a look at the state of sword content on YouTube, seeing what YouTube is prioritizing in its search results and recommendations. And unfortunately, the answer is rather depressing, and we can show you why. Because the current state, well, you'll get to see. And to get access to that exclusive video, it's just $1 a month, and you can support us through Subscribestar, Patreon, or channel memberships. And if it wasn't for your support, we would be done here. YouTube ad revenue, search results recommendations, right, is so bad that this channel would be over if it wasn't for your support. And so, guys, if you want to ensure that you get the content that you like and want to see, please support us through those avenues, and then you get these awesome exclusive videos. And now, let's get back to the content.
I know that ballistics is like a huge no. You are not allowed to have ballistic armor.
Because if the police want to shoot to kill you, they want to know that they can do it, you know, effectively. But they don't want to be stopped by body armor.
But I'm not sure about any of the other ones, so...
you know, you're right, but it could easily be interpreted that, oh, it's a type of body armor, right? Yeah. But same with pepper spray and stuff like that. And to me, those are just clear signs in which says when the police want to force an and look, to try and give it some charity,
13
right?
minutes from now.
The police do run into trouble against violent criminals resisting them, and if the violent criminals have certain tools, right, that could...
Maybe I'm going to be controversial in this, but that's their job.
Well, not only that, I think it's also reasonable to say that there's a certain profile to those criminals. They usually have something in common about them, some consistent characteristic that, dare I say, could be tracked with crime statistic by ethnicity. Because, mind you, we didn't really have a gun problem back when guns were barely regulated in the US. You could just mail order a machine gun and it would be delivered to your door, no background check, no nothing. Pre the Hughes Amendment and pre the GCA. So what changed?
Yeah, it is.
Like,
and it goes back to what I was saying before. If a criminal is actually threatening someone's life, just use a gun. I'm perfectly fine with a police officer shooting dead someone trying to kill someone else to stop them from doing...
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think I shouldn't wait for a police officer to arrive because police response times are less than satisfactory. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up again. I am not paying attention to what I am doing. All right, these all go into here. So disc side always goes into the body. All right, sort of coming together. See how much is visible. Yeah, so it's sort of coming together. I don't like that the legs don't articulate, but I don't believe I've seen a Lego set where the legs do articulate.
Doesn't matter if they have a machete or pepper spray or even certain types of body armor. Body armor might, but it depends what level of body armor as well, right? You're going to be able to put them down with a gun.
Yeah.
There is already such a massive disparity in force between law enforcement and the regular citizen that disarming the citizen further from being able to protect themselves properly, right, is just immoral and wrong.
Well, I think it's just borne out in the fact that you can't carry anything explicitly for the purpose of self-defense. And that includes anything. Like you could carry, I don't know, what's something weird that you could carry? It's like
A chain.
a chain, yeah.
Nothing on, just a regular metal chain.
Yeah, something like that. It's
No joke. Tyrant, someone in the UK got literally charged, they might have even had to go to prison, for holding a Zelda Master Sword letter opener.
yeah.
Okay?
Oh, that's true.
A letter opener.
Yeah.
But because that's a weapon, governor.
Usually letter openers are made out of like pewter and stuff. They're not even actual steel. So like if you try to stab someone with them, maybe you could. But if they had anything hard, it would probably just snap in half. Anyway.
Like it was a cool letter opener.
Yeah.
An ornamental thing, right? Oh my gosh, I just get frustrated with this stuff.
Yeah. I really want to go to like Texas, man.
Well, this is the importance of the Second Amendment in America,
Yeah.
right?
Hear,
Because that's the stopgap against government tyranny and government
It's not
overreach.
even government tyranny. It's just protecting your.
No, my guy. It is the reason the Second Amendment exists is to enable us to resist a hypothetical tyrannical government. No, it's not that. It's not even that. It's nice that we also use that for day-to-day self-defense, just because, it is correct and moral to allow your population to have autonomy over themselves. But it is primarily to resist a tyrannical government.
South.
It's
Just the
yes.
basics of the basics. Just be able to protect yourself.
Gee, you'd think humanity would have learnt from the past, like the Prohibition, where they realised that if you ban something, it's not going to stop people from doing it if they want to do it. Like, now, not saying like you shouldn't ban anything, because banning murder, good, right? But when it comes to stuff that people can get away with and doesn't harm a lot, I think tobacco does harm individuals, right? But still, I think people get my point. That
Well, the reason why it's interesting in our regard, because obviously we're not American, we're not from America, so we're not even really specifically talking about guns. We're just talking about like swords and spears, machetes as the recent examples, knives. These are things that are, first off, can be tools.
I think that an adult man should have access to a firearm for self-defense. Everything else we can discuss. We can discuss limitations. I think that the default state of a functioning adult participating in society would be the ability to have access to a defensive arm.
Not only just weapons, tools, but also the disparity between a gun, right, is not even close. Like, it's not even comparable. If you have a gun, you win.
You win.
That's it.
A
End of
police
discussion.
officer shouldn't really be scared if they're armed with a gun of a guy with a sword. If that guy with the sword is trying to kill him, put him down.
We've seen the videos.
We've seen them and we've reacted
there
to those
was a video,
videos.
yeah.
Right? There's no contest. There's no contest. Now, I'm not saying that police shouldn't try to necessarily resort to non-lethal measures, but if someone's trying to kill them, right? You F around and you find out. That's the kind of reality. And how about we stop punishing the broader citizenry for the bad actions of a few idiots?
Yeah, literally like a few.
Such a small group of people. But I honestly think, especially with the past, like what happened maybe 5 years ago, hint, hint, about how people's freedoms were trampled on. I think further banning of weapons and stuff like that, part of the evil underlining purpose of it is to make it harder for the citizenry to resist, evil governments.
I'm more mad at the people who support these things. I'm sorry, I'm just more mad about that. Like, there's just regular people who have no understanding of it, so they're just blanket
They
statements.
don't care about their freedoms. They're happy to just, get, especially if they're getting like payouts from the
An
government. They all support the
articulable
government that's paying them out.
Yeah.
So, wanted to get that off our chest. I don't think we're necessarily, informing.
It really sounds like you should just limit voting to people who are net contributors in terms of taxation or any benefits that they receive. Fun. What else do we have on the docket here? No, Terry, you've posted a piece of news. Let's check this out real quick. Breaking news, Sanae Takaichi to become the 104th Prime Minister of Japan. So, Takaichi has had a reputation, so to speak, of being like a core strong nationalist, as strong a nationalist as someone on the LDP can be, realistically. I am not going to hold my breath to see the LDP actually do anything. It would be good if they felt pressure from Sanseito to actually start cracking down on immigration and on tourism, to be completely transparent. I will wait and see. Like, I'm not gonna full-on black pill, but I will also probably not put the cart before the horse and start celebrating. God, what else? Do we have anything to react to, or are we just fresh? We have a BBC video.
Yet another reason why my medic products are the best on the planet.
Right.
This little guy right here.
Skip this. I shall inflict the BBC on you. The BBC is asking, what are VTubers?
Hype's building here for tonight's headliners.
So excited. Oh my god. I've never been before, so this is my first time.
How excited are you for this event?
So excited.
I'm quite excited, but I didn't expect it to be this packed.
But tonight's show's a little different from concerts you might have been to before. These guys are here to see their favourite VTubers, virtual content creators and streamers.
It's really nice to meet other people who like VTubers because it can be a bit weird to bring it up with people who don't know what they're about.
It just seems to get bigger and bigger. I've never seen the queues like this.
It's very much like a concert and gig like all kind of others. It's just got its own, VTuber spin on it. So.
This is the opening night for Vexpo in Birmingham. It stands for VTuber Expo, and Phoebe Chan is getting it all started on the main stage.
I am a 2.5D idol, singer-songwriter, and voice actor who writes songs and performs them on both the real life and the virtual stage.
Weak. You're reminded
I love it so much being able to bridge dimensions, basically.
In real life.
And now
I do not know what you're
now
referencing.
something like this.
Most VTubers are real people, controlling animated characters from home through motion capture tech. A bit like digital puppets. They then stream live on platforms like Twitch and YouTube, usually anonymously. That means they can appear anywhere in the world, including one-to-one in these meet and greet booths being set up next door.
Okay.
Depending on who you're explaining it to, you get some interesting looks. I'll be like,
so that's gonna be a hot take. I don't like Hollow-EN. I just ignore that it exists. I refuse to acknowledge it. I think they are very much overrated compared to HoloLive Japan, and I will die on that hill.
oh yeah, so I stream video games, and they're like, oh, that's cool. How do you feel about being on camera all the time? And it's like, well, I'm not on camera. It's like, wait, you don't use a camera? I was like, well, no. Like, anime, and you can see the look in their eyes, and you're like, yeah, anime. I pilot like a virtual anime girl that mirrors my movements, and then depending on like the age group that I'm talking to, you can just see the confusion setting in. And they're like, oh, okay. It's like this amazing marriage of like technology and art, which I think is awesome. It's really nice to be able to actually have that character because, when I turn off this camera and go outside, I have complete privacy.
I really enjoy having a character to use because I really like being employable in my day-to-day life, despite maintaining that we should deport all Indians.
Parts of Asia for a while now. HoloLive concerts in Japan have drawn in tens of thousands of fans. Now they're becoming much more popular in the West too, and they're bringing in-person IRL events with them.
I only really got into it about like a lot of people 2020 when lockdown happened. So I had a lot of time at home, so just on YouTube a lot.
I discovered them on TikTok first, and I was like, wow, these are quite interesting people. So I decided to start watching them, and it's been like this since like 2022 now.
I wonder if at any point they're going to bellyache about right-wing VTubers and it being like a recruitment pipeline.
Events just for VTubers are still pretty new in Europe, but Vexpo has seen big growth since it started last year.
A lot of my friends would look abroad to America. For example, there was a big convention called Off-Kai, or they would look to Japan and see all of these big 3D lives. And they wanted it to come to the UK. I also wanted it to come to the UK too. And one day I just thought, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try. This
Good man,
weekend, we are
good man.
expecting our ticket sales.
Be the
unique
change you want to
is
be.
2,200, and foot traffic across the weekend is going to be 6,600. This is such a large increase compared to last year.
And they're getting more popular online too. We spoke to live streaming platform Twitch, which told us people here in the UK are spending 3 times as many hours watching VTuber streams all total compared to a year ago.
Like, if it's like this now, chances are we could take this into the future and we'll get bigger and bigger.
So as even more new fans in the West jump on board, this event could be getting even busier and louder next year.
Okay, in retrospect, that was probably not a great choice. Fuck. Just a second. God damn it, my fucking Pokemon Go froze. You bitch.
Atlas. You dream about
God, I
moments
fucking
like
hate
this.
this app. It's
My
made by
goodness,
idiots.
the fastest female
Shando will never attain... will never attend your little Britfest. Weep. Shando would never. Come on, load, you piece of shit. Go. There we are. All right, we're good. We're in business. We are in business. Sorry, I just need to knock out one more raid. Okay, what are we working with here? 2 flats. How is Shando doing recently? I've not had a chance to catch her stream. Full disclosure, I don't like watching her streams for live for extended periods of time. I enjoyed her doing a Hitman playthrough, but just I'm not really on board with the how should I put this, with the overall flow of the live streams. I find the clips to be way funnier. Although I did like it when she did when she was reading a novel or something. She has actually quite the vocal range. Not as one note as the haters would lead you to believe. If anything, arguably the full-grown adult woman voice is a lot more appealing. The worst story I've ever seen yet. Hell yeah.
So I think this is probably just about the worst.
Wait, what? She got her wisdom teeth pulled. She's miserable but alive. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, wisdom teeth are not a great surgery. Onii wife had to have multiple of those pulled. All of my being crowned with the jaw of Chads. My kingly jaw fits all of my teeth perfectly, so all of my wisdom teeth are intact. All right, just a second. I'm gonna tap. Listen, all you have to do is feed your kids solid food, preferably meat, and then they will have a jaw that's able to fit all of their fucking teeth. All right, let's see what Sargon has to
Worst thing
say.
that I've ever read. It's just horrific. This came up in my timeline the other day, and I saw it. I was like, ugh. And when I see terrible things in my timeline, about 90% of the time now,
Man with Down syndrome starved to death in hospital. Great.
just scroll straight past it. I'm just like, you know what? I don't need to see that.
Oh boy.
But this kept coming up, and so I was like, okay, I will have a look into it. And man, just this is the sort of thing that should just never happen, right? So as you can see, a man with Down syndrome was starved to death
Why?
in an NHS hospital.
Wait, what?
This happened a few years ago, 2021. So it was a man with
In
Down
the
syndrome
holy
called Adrian
NHS?
Poulton, who was admitted to Poole Hospital in September in 2021 with a broken hip after a fall at his care home. His hip was on the mend, but he was incorrectly listed as nil by mouth, as in he wasn't supposed to take any food in via the mouth, by doctors during his time in hospital and was fed nothing for 9 days.
Why?
9 days. And no one checked. And
Who
like
marked
it's
him
not
as nil by mouth.
he couldn't talk either. Right? He could talk.
Oh.
His father said not being medical, we just naturally thought he was having nutrition via feed. But as it turns out, they were starving him. His sister says we were just so worried. He was really poorly. He looked at me and Dad and said, Leslie, I don't want to die. He knew he was going to die. It was just awful. Like,
Amazon Music, included with Prime.
I'm sandwiched between the two generations. I'm helping to give caregiver responsibilities to my dad, and then my son, who's just out of college.
Wait, how does that happen?
How does that happen?
Yeah, that's a
just
good
how
question.
does it happen that they just starve someone to death after they come in? Like, why? Like, God only knows how it was incorrectly listed as nil by mouth. Like, this is...
Well, I assume by someone who doesn't speak English as their primary language.
Any life.
That's kind of a safe assumption to make now.
By the time
isn't
their
it?
family realised he wasn't being fed, he was too unwell to recover. He died on September the 28th, 2021, 2 weeks after being admitted to the hospital. They found that the lack of nutrition contributed to his death. No kidding. In a statement to ITV News, Dr. Peter Wilson
you
says,
die.
"We offer our
More on
sincere
that in News
condolences
at
to his
11.
family and have apologised for the failings that resulted in his death. At the time, we
Apologise?
undertook a serious incident investigation to identify any learning points. We've implemented a number of changes following this and have shared these with the family."
that's a great
What
comfort.
was it? Like, what was the issue? Why aren't you telling us what had happened here? It's a bit weird, isn't it? A bit weird that we don't get any further details.
Was it a
On this
perhaps an Indian
genuinely,
doctor
like-
from a degree mill?
Like, this is the problem with putting your faith in institutions. Like, this is the problem, right? Who was fired over this? Who went to jail? over this?
Hanged.
Who was it that made the mistake that starved a man to death? Who did that? How does this person, whoever is responsible for this, and all of the other nurses who decided, oh, I'm not gonna go and check that. Like, no, this seems fine. Yeah, he's getting a bit thin, but it's been 4 days with nil by mouth, and he looks pretty raggedy. Should I double check that, or is that just not my job? Right? This is the problem with putting trust in government-run institutions. Accountability is clearly lacking, and also the people involved. Is it my job? Like, is it something they're bothered with? Does the institution actually really change? No, the institution is persistent, and so it goes on, and nobody's punished, nobody is disciplined. What is actually learned? I mean, do I believe that they're like, oh yeah, well we've made a series of changes and this won't happen again? Well, yeah, okay, you would say that obviously, but can we be sure of that? Is that genuinely something we can put our faith in? And the thing is, it's not like the NHS hasn't got a massive amount of problems at the moment. So of course, at the moment, more than 700 nurses are currently caught up in a potential scandal, which is putting NHS patients at risk. And of course, what it is scams from Nigeria. 700 healthcare workers use proxies to pass the test in Nigeria, enable them to work in the UK. So basically, you can't trust the qualifications of people from the third world. Like, they aren't actually, like, a university here is not the same as a university there, actually. Standards are different. Attitudes towards cheating are different.
Right, let's see.
And the people these universities produce, these institutions produce, well, these people have different standards and often, frankly, are just not going to be qualified, are they? And you get some just crazy things like, let's bring in foreign doctors. And what happens if they can't even speak English? So they make significant errors, in fact. And this doctor in particular, Dr. Monica Metko, was trained in Hungary, working at the university hospitals of Derby and Burton. When concerns were first raised about her communication skills, she was suspended for the 6th time because she can't speak English.
How
She's
do
been
you
here for
suspend
years.
someone 6 times?
How is she not able to speak English yet? I mean, she apparently graduated in 2003 and made significant errors while documenting care for a diabetes patient. And then everyone's like, all right, she doesn't even speak English. This is a problem, isn't it? But again, it's what happens when you don't train your own. When you just are like, well, we can just import, because a doctor is a category. And every instance of doctor in that category is identical to any other instance of doctor. And therefore, we can just be like, right, okay, let's get X amount of doctors from this country, and this country, and this country. And then we have, quote unquote, more doctors. Even though they might not actually be at the standard that we expect in this country. Same with the nurses. Oh, we just need nurses. Right, the category of nurse in which every person who falls into it is identical is the way that they think. But actually, no. Actually, there is a qualitative difference between doctors from here and doctors from there. And that's how this works. Anyway, it goes to all levels, right? All levels. The idea that we can just bring them in. And if their English isn't good enough, well, I guess we just have to live with it, don't we? For some reason, we can't force them to learn English. This is another awful one, right? This happened a couple of years ago, where a dementia patient fell down some stairs, became trapped under her stair.
I remember that one.
And the emergency services couldn't...
You were thinking about this last night, and it occurred to you that when you make a healthcare industry a government organ, they are overseen only by boards of their medical admins, and their version of accountability is likely to be much, much different and less punitive. Generally, yes. I've not seen a state-run medicine unless it's like in an extremely small, tightly knit, homogenous society that's run well. Like the Japanese, again, the Japanese medical system isn't really state-run. It's private companies participating in a scheme that helps fund them and compensates them for a portion of the cost. So not even really that. The state hospitals that I've seen in Russia, for example, are the stuff of fucking nightmares.
Understand what the problem was because it was a Romanian and an Indian who themselves had a very poor grasp on English, so they couldn't understand what the problem was. And the woman died. I mean, she was 91, she had dementia. It's, not the worst case you can imagine, but that's still terrible, and a case that should never have happened. Like, the paramedics should at least have been able to communicate what the problem was to emergency services. Anyway, the whole point that I'm making here is that the health system has been really run down recently for many different reasons, but one of them is massive over-reliance on foreigners. Right? That's very clearly the case. And so now we've got an NHS that just isn't fit for purpose. I mean, you've got here 60,000 cancer patients in England not getting the necessary radiotherapy. Oh, that's great. And the thing is, cancer treatment in England was never the greatest anyway. Right? Other countries do cancer treatment way better than we do. And we're getting worse at it. Apparently, an analysis of the latest NHS data in England shows only 35% actually receive what they actually need. It's like, oh, great.
That's lovely.
That's brilliant. Like, the NHS is just falling apart. And of course, this is 2 years old now, but even then, I can't imagine this situation has improved terribly well. Figures show large rise in people dying on the NHS while on waiting lists. Of course they do. Of course they do. Because we keep handing out access to the NHS to anyone and everyone as if it's an infinite resource. We've given 1 million NHS free passes to asylum seekers so they can just come in and go and use our services. Don't worry. I mean, maybe they're trying to finish them off or something. Like, I don't know what the plan is. What, are they going to be euthanized? Because they voted for that in Parliament the other day. Like, what's the plan here? We're just an international charity, an international health service. Well, bad luck. Hope you don't get the Romanian or Hungarian doctor. Hope you don't get the Nigerian nurses, bros, because, you might regret that at the end of it. But as you can see, the NHS is under a huge amount of pressure, right? A huge amount of pressure, and mistakes are being made, is what's happening. As the doctors say,
and it's not really
the NHS is struggling to meet demand in England, as new data shows the waiting list is increasing for the second month in a row. There are 7.4 million...
Sorry to distract from this, but Lego now has a whip piece? Just like a piece that's a whip? What did Lego mean by this?
And procedures waiting to be carried out in July, up 34,000 on the previous month, and the highest level since March. I remember this is in the wake of COVID as well, where the thing spiked also. So this is just an unfit for purpose service at this point. The Royal College of Surgeons, again, don't take my word for this, right? I'm just a guy with a webcam, right? Don't take my word for this. I'm going on BBC reporting and what the Royal College of Surgeons has said.
How does
The
that
system was
connect?
coming under severe strain.
Where does that
And called for more money for new operating theatres in the autumn budget.
Wait,
Okay,
what
that's
the fuck?
great, but
There's
do you have the
not- there's
doctors
not
to
a
man
piece
them,
that
or are
connects
we going to
here.
have to hire Nigerians? Are we going to have to hire people from Hungary? Are we going to have to hire people who don't speak English and their qualifications are dubious? Because I think that might be the only way to
Right, I guess
staff
there's going to
them.
be a connecting piece
And
after
the problem is that this is a circular issue.
There is expedience, which basically allows you to do anything that a functional trainer could do with cable machine.
We're bringing in 1 million migrants a year and however many asylum seekers. Oh, some of them need surgeries. Some of them need treatments. Some of them need to use the NHS. Well, I mean, we'll pay for that.
Whose problem is that, though?
But that means a manpower shortage. Well, I guess we're going to have to bring in more doctors and surgeons, aren't we? We're going to have to bring in more nurses. We're going to have to... You can see how this is just snowballing out of control. And all they can do is like, well, we're going to need more money. Because they are going to need more money, obviously. If you keep increasing the population that has access to the NHS, you're going to have to pay for that. So enjoy your tax rises when Rachel Reeves' budget comes along, which we are going to get, by the way. Crumbling hospital buildings are leading surgeons to have to compete for space, directly contributing to delays and leaving patients waiting for the care that they need. Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. And I'm sure it's not just the crumbling buildings, let's just be fair. And so you've got, obviously, patients...
That's the
Again,
other
this is the
fucking
Royal
thing,
College
much like
of Nurses.
teachers' unions and admin. Anytime they ask for money, they ask for, oh, it's for X, Y, and Z. Why don't you care? And then it gets slurped up in the bureaucracy instead. Yep.
Right, and this was from the beginning of this year.
Well, the thing is that you need to remember that in the context of the UK, the shortage of staffing in the NHS is used as a cudgel to beat people over the head with on the subject of mass migration. They're telling, oh, we need these doctors and engineers, but for some reason they're importing drug addicts and rapists.
But how much better have things got?
That's where the
patients
euphemism
dying
of
in corridors as
doctors
nurses
and
prevented
engineers
from
sort of
delivering
arose.
CPR.
You're sure the British can contract these Chinese construction crews to fix their hospitals? I hear they're great at getting that kind of thing done quick. Yeah, so I hear.
Report reveals. A survey of nursing staff shows the scale of the corridor care crisis in hospitals, with almost 7 in 10 saying they're delivering care in overcrowded or unsuitable places like corridors, converted cupboards, or even car parks on a daily basis. It is not meant to be an international health service. And even if you say, right, okay, we're going to restrict it, we shouldn't be bringing in 1 million people a year. Because at the end of the day, a portion of those are going to need to use it either way. And so we're just overburdening the system with the sheer number of people we bring to this country. And this is one aspect of that. And you can look at any other aspect you want. Have you driven lately? Have you used the trains lately? Have you tried getting renting a house or renting a flat or buying a house lately? Have you looked at the prices recently? It is insane to live in this country. And yet, here we are, importing more and more and more. Anyway, there is one answer as far as the government's concerned. You know what we need? More than a black hole's worth of money can go into the NHS. Remember, £22 billion was the black hole in the budget. Well, we've got nearly a black hole and a half being added to the budget of the NHS now because there's no end in sight. It is literally a bottomless pit into which we are going to keep pouring money and be like, wow, why is us pouring all of our money into this bottomless pit, not filling it up? It's because...
Who would have thought that endlessly spending money isn't just fixed by spending more money?
This is just something that can't be fixed, right? This is just something that can't be fixed. We have opened the doors to the world and we have said, yeah, we have a free at point of service health service. And so they're like, great, I'm going to use that and you're going to pay for it. And unsurprisingly, the thing is falling apart because of it. Absolutely falling apart. I mean, this just didn't happen before 1997, this sort of thing. Like 7 in 10 nurses weren't like delivering care in the car park, in converted cupboards or corridors. Like, doctors weren't just like, yeah, by the way, people are going to keep dying on those waiting lists.
What changed?
And, there's not really a lot we can do about it. This is just a bit of a problem. This just wasn't the case. And the thing is, you can go back and look at the statistics as well.
This for which the Dems held up the budget again. Yeah. Exactly. Well, the thing is, they're trying to wedge in like free shit for. Well, first of all, we should not be giving out free shit. I'm sorry, we're just not at financial health that would allow us to give away free shit. We need to cut down entitlements. Like 60% of our fucking budget is entitlements. This is not tenable. But they're trying to pile on more free shit into the free shit we shouldn't be giving away in the first place.
Like, it's just so clear. The more people come into the country, the worse our services become. And the NHS is probably the primary victim of mass immigration. If you want to look at institutions that are suffering because of immigration, the NHS is probably service number one that needs it to stop. And yet the propaganda, the brainwashing is all, no, immigrants, we need immigrants for the NHS. No, immigrants are killing the NHS. This is a venerable British institution that is not going to survive mass immigration.
Since 1929, Shane Company has been making beautiful engagement rings. We handpick exquisite...
Let's watch a desk pop video, I guess.
That sound does not get... Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I'm just playing with my H&K G36 that costs less than $2,000.
Really?
Yeah, that's right. It costs less than $2,000. Let's get into it.
Is the G33 something I should want? Because I really don't. Like, I'm not that much of an H&K fanboy to just be gung-ho about it. Like, the VP9 seems to be a fairly solid handgun that I will probably end up buying. Maybe it's a thing that you just need to try once and then it becomes your entire personality, just consumes you.
Well, I'm going to be extremely straightforward here, guys. This is the H&K G36 that we finally have at home. This is the H&K G36C from S5 Tactical and HK Parts. I know all of you guys who are listening are just itching to go Google that on your computer. So I'm going to get the brands out of the way. Yes, S5 Tactical receiver with an HK Parts G36C kit. And today I have shot 3,000 rounds through this in the last 3 weeks, which is probably more than most of you guys will shoot in a year. Just because I want to figure out if it's reliable. Does it encounter the same issues as previous G36C kits? Because this is not true H&K G36, although it looks true H&K G36. And more importantly, is it reliable, right? Are we going to be taking this to war? Before I get too deep into this, guys, you probably know that YouTube does not like me and they do not pay very much money. So in addition to working a full-time job, I have to thank the channel sponsors. That's Gideon Optics. That's HSL Ammunition. If you need high-quality optics, I would check out Gideon Optics. They are a very reasonable price for what...
Never trust someone who, as their primary mode of income, is a talking head or some kind of content monkey. Nothing about the G36 makes it something you think is super duper you want. Kind of same.
You're getting high quality optics designed by people in the US, and they're coming out with the Mediator XL, which is like a Romeo AT clone esque type gun. SIG, don't sue them. And then HSL Ammunition. If you see me shoot 5.56, it's probably sent to me by HSL Ammunition. Not only do they have the best price on the market for ammo, but they have good quality rounds that I shoot all the time non-stop at the range, and I haven't had any issues. So obviously if you use the code PLEASE at any of those retailers or any of the people down below, it tells them to support my channel. And of course our final channel sponsor, you. I have to thank you guys for taking the time to watch my videos and commenting down below. YouTube's been on a tangent. They've given everyone strikes. They've been taking down our videos, and you guys actually make it happen. So I want to thank you for taking the time to watch my videos every week and making it possible for me to be able to review guns like this and do videos like this for you guys. I love it. Now, a lot of people hate on the H&K G36C because they say it's just a plastic AR-18, and they're technically correct, except for this is a good gun. There's no reason to hate on the H&K G36C. So let's go over some of the features that make this kit really, really good, and I think stand out over its competition, if I even say that, because like I mentioned, this is an HK Parts kit and a S5 Tactical receiver that I put together myself, coming in at under $2,000, and that's how you're going to build it too. If you have zero gunsmithing experience, this took me 15 minutes to put together. It might take you an hour if you know nothing about guns. You'll need...
Here's the thing. I understand collecting firearms. I understand wanting the different things. I get that. There's also a practicality aspect. I think I can buy a better gun than building for that money than building one for $2,000.
Need a barrel nut wrench and a mandrel, obviously, to be able to hold this in place and then wrench it together, but those are both sold at HK Parts when you go and get the kit anyway, so easy for you to go and get. If you don't have any experience, a gunsmith can definitely put this together for you, and it will take him also like an hour, so he should only charge you for an hour of labor. And then if you're also really desperate, you don't want to wait for a gunsmith to put together, you want one assembled. There are guys who've been buying these and scalping them and then selling them for like $800 more on Gunbroker, and you can go that route if you want to pay the $800 fee to not have to assemble one yourself, and trust Gunbroker scalpers. So let's talk about this kit. How did they make it affordable? Why did they make it affordable? And obviously, is it any good? Is it worth your dinero? I think that this kit has taken what was a grail gun for me and turned it into really an achievable dream gun, which I now own. So really cool that it is achievable
Grail gun
for
is
me.
probably something that I will
And I think
steal.
now it has become reachable for a lot more people, because if you know anything
your
about the
DI
G36C or you've wanted one for a while, they
better
were
out of the
extremely,
box for
extremely
less.
expensive.
Yeah,
We're
pretty
talking
much.
as much as a car, $4,500. But now with the kit under $2,000, coming in at around $2,000 completed, you're opening it up to a whole lot more people and a whole lot more working class people like myself who can actually afford $2,000 on a gun. So now, as promised, we're getting into some of the features that I think make this stand out. First and foremost, it doesn't creak. It's not cheap plastic. It doesn't creak. It's not a creaky gun. Really solid design, very solid build. You should listen to me on this. I'm actually somewhat of a G36 knower, having hands-on over 12 real H&K G36s for over a year, and just playing with them, looking at them, examining them.
Getting fucking
I have
strands
had
of
a
my
lot of
fucking
experience
glove
with real
caught in
H&K
Lego
G36s.
pieces.
Now, mine were the KE model when I had them, but the C model is just a shorter barrel variant. So what makes this super different than an H&K G36, the nitty-gritty of it, that's what we're going to get into. Hopefully you HK nerds who are watching don't stab me too hard, because I'm going to bash the actual HK G36, and then I'm also
Really?
definitely going to bash the Tommy built version because it's not that great. First and foremost, the kit is an 8.9-inch barrel, as you should with the G36C. Now, it's not chrome lined, however. I shot my longest shot with this at 800 plus yards. I think it was like 850 yards, 750 meters. So 850 yards, and we shot this with the barrel after firing over 1,200 rounds through it. So worth noting, it doesn't feed Hornady Frontier ammo. It hates it with a passion. So that is actually what I shot it with 68 grain Frontier ammo. I shot the 800-yard shot, but I could only load 2 rounds in the magazine, because if I loaded more than 2, it would induce a double feed and ruin 2 rounds, and that's expensive ammo. That being said, it works great with SIG 77 grain OTM, so I used the SIG 77 grain to get my 100-yard grouping, and with the Romeo 8T that I have on top and the 5X magnifier, I managed to get a sub 2-inch grouping with a few flyers, of course, at 100 yards. And then, like I said, first round impact and second round almost impact at 800 yards, making this what I would consider to be a gun that will outshoot you, even though it doesn't have a chrome lined barrel. I have my own beliefs about chrome lining. I don't like it, so for it to not have a chrome lined barrel, it's good to me. I'm okay with that. And I know that's going to set a bunch of people off, but it also helps keep the cost of the kit down, which is a big thing when you're trying to buy one of these, the cost of the kit. So if you want a chrome lined barrel, obviously you can go and source one outside of this kit and put it together yourself.
No
if that's a
we were just talking about
non-sequitur
how
for you,
the
if that's a
NHS is
non-starter and you
falling
have to have
apart,
chrome lined if you're going to do
and how
G36, so
apparently
you
you
can
can
go ahead
just
and
be
source one
starved to
outside of
death
the kit.
there.
But the kit only comes with a 9-inch regular barrel. And again, like I said, accuracy is good on this. It's a fantastically accurate gun, and I would not be making a shot on the regular with this at 800 yards ever, because it's a 9-inch barreled 5.56. That being said, the dwell time on the barrel is really good, because the gas system, if you guys don't know anything about H&Ks, the gas system's all the way up at the front. It's all the way at the very, very front of the barrel there. It starts to bleed off. You get a lot of dwell time with the round, making these rounds come out at about 2,500 FPS, which is faster than most 9-inch barrels.
I think I assembled the previous
ARs.
arm wrong.
So really cool. Even though it's got a short barrel, you do get the 2,500 frangible velocity out of the gun. Now that is obviously direct at muzzle, but if you're using a 9-inch gun inside of a building, you are direct at muzzle with most of your targets. So you should get the terminal velocity on most of your targets if you have to use this in a defensive situation, which I think is very cool. Another feature I want to highlight, because I think it's worth noting, the charging handle on this. Obviously, it's an ambi charging handle, just like every G36.
I don't know, I'm just
I have
paranoid
mine
about
wrapped in
any
goon
kind
tape
of
because it is metal.
state-funded medicine,
If you
especially
whack in
state-run.
and on it, it stays in
Like,
place.
that
There
is
is no
just-
slipping
you're just
forward.
inviting
That
fuckery.
being said, if you whack outwards on it, it'll always come out, because if you think about it, when you're doing this, you are pressing it into place, and that's how it stays. So when you pull out on
You
it,
got
it's obviously going to flop
tuberculosis in
forward.
Kenya and you
If
wanted
you
to
have it
live,
pressed in place
understandable.
and you whack forward on it like this, like you're supposed to at the angle, it will not come out of place, which is an advantage over similar kits. The trigger is actually not that great. It's as you would expect from every HK G36. That being said, it is better than other kits that I've had hands on. It is a firm, crisp 8-pound break.
So that's why we need
8 pounds, you heard me right, is definitely a combat
the
trigger.
extra
There is no
tubes.
roll. It's a straight up 8 pounds and then it breaks. I would be lying if I said, well, I was shooting long range. I didn't multiple
Wait,
times
what?
think that I still
Oh,
had the
fuck
safety on
me.
when I went to pull the trigger because of just how hard of a trigger pull it is.
Put the
However,
fucking thing in
it's an
reverse.
HK trigger and it is as HK likes him to be, which is a nice heavy pull. That being said, there are multiple companies now working on AR trigger conversions for these, and I suspect that that will be accelerated by this video when you guys watch this and realize you can get one of
Yeah,
these.
you weren't leaving
and
your
they
mom to
sell
the
a whole lot more
NHS.
of them.
Understandable.
So always
We've
remember,
just
obviously,
looked at a
demand
couple
for
of
a product
cases where
creates
they cannot
innovation
be
for that
trusted with
product. So
care.
if there's no
So,
demand, which
good
there
call.
isn't, because historically these have been $4,500 unobtainium, so they've been on the back burner of these people's minds and the back burner of these companies' project boards. But as demand increases because the availability increases of the $2,000 G36C, I think that the timeline for when this will be available will accelerate. In addition to that, other products that are coming out, and hopefully the timeline accelerates. Haga Defense HDA3 brace right here is what I have on the rear. It is mounted via the HK Parts Picatinny adapter, which has added a cost to my kit of $116. They are making a
So someone who has to deal with, sort of private healthcare and had to deal with private healthcare, even in areas where government-funded healthcare is available, it's just a fucking misnomer. It's the cudgel that the idiots use as their reasoning for why everyone needs free healthcare. Because, oh my God, why are you putting a premium on something so essential? Listen, as a fucking adult, you should be able to pay for a service that you expect to receive. £200 a month, spend more on bullshit. Yeah.
A direct mount G36 version of this. It's just not ready and it's not released because, again, like I said, not a huge demand for it because it's such an expensive gun and not a.
This is fun. However, we're going to probably call it a day because this is supposed to be a Gunbench stream. We've tested out the concept. It sort of mostly works-ish. Toss the gun there. So we're gonna raid out because I'm also fucking tired of sitting on the floor. Your dad's treatment was like over 30K in Turkey when he was dying. Yeah. Medical shit is expensive. No one is arguing that. I think that there's a better way of figuring out how to get people healthcare other than, just tax everyone to death. I think that is a very fair standard to pursue. And America, with all of the issues we have with our medical system, realistically, we would have been better off just without. Huh, interesting. Apparently subscribers earn Duolingo drops. I didn't see that pop up previously. Okay then. All right, but we're going to raid out regardless. And we are going to, let me see who's online, who we haven't visited in a while. Ricky's playing something. She's playing Resident Evil. That should be more entertaining than me fiddling around with Legos, I think. So, Ricky, we're going to raid into her. Going to start a raid. That's a lot of it was his money. Well, again, good health care is always going to be expensive because it requires people who have gone through a lot of very expensive schooling. That is to be expected. That sort of comes with the territory. But the false promise of let's tax everyone half of their income to sort of bridge the gap and get everyone great healthcare, you're not going to, because no centralized system is capable of delivering that, just in my experience. And I've yet to be proven wrong. I think the American system just should fix the issues that it has, and overall the private system that's supported by, actual insurance is probably the best way to do that, even if we do have like the overgrowth of Medicaid. But with that, this has been Kuromaru Onii-san reminding you to stay strapped. Bye-bye.